Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that over 76% of global finance leaders are adopting digital transformation solutions like SAP S for HANA Finance to optimize their financial processes and stay competitive? In today's video, we'll explore SAP S for HANA Finance 2023. This is a comprehensive financial management solution that helps businesses manage their accounting, financial planning, and compliance needs, all in real time. With SAP S for HANA Finance, companies can gain better insights and make faster data-driven decisions. SAP S for HANA Finance cuts financial close times by up to 50% and boosts cash flow visibility by 30%. It also improves decision-making speed by 35% through enhanced data analytics. With growing financial complexity, this tool helps streamline processes, cut costs, and maintain compliance, opening up career opportunities in finance and tech. This course will cover everything from basic financial operations in SAP S for HANA Finance to advanced reporting, analysis, and integration with other business systems. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. S/4HANA Architecture. 2. Overview of Management Accounting. 3. Cost Center Master Data. 4. Cost Center Planning using Fiori Upload 5. Primary and secondary cost postings. Let's dive in.
So these are some of the user irritations that they feel on a daily basis. Like for example, the execution speed. For example, if the user needs to run a report or they need to run a job in ECC, we have seen that it takes much longer time, right? So they may need to wait for 8 hours, 10 hours for certain things to execute, which is very irritating for them. So that leads to user frustration. Then, since the table structure are old in SAP ECC, that also leads to lack of responsiveness. And in certain cases, they have to do a lot of extra steps. Like if you have seen asset accounting, in asset accounting there are a lot of extra steps that a user needs to do in SAP ECC, like for month-end close, which is not there in SAP S/4HANA. So the first reason can be the execution speed. The second can be the lack of transparency. Like we have a lot of outdated figures and a lot of things that we need to guess. Like they need to combine certain reports to derive at the value. They need to basically do a reconciliation. Like for example, if you see in ECC, the asset accounting and GL are not in sync at times. They need to do reconciliation. In terms of the currency settings, there are a lot of things which are missing in ECC, which also we need to do a lot of workaround in SAP ECC for this kind of things. The other thing is on the business model. So even from the scalability point of view, SAP S/4HANA is more scalable, and certain processes in SAP ECC are not supported, which are there in SAP S/4HANA. Like for example, if you see the business partner, like in SAP S/4HANA, the BP concept covers everything, not just the vendor or customer. But here we have to separately create vendor customer in case we need to have the same vendor as customer. Then we need to basically also maintain that separately into two separate master data, right? So that also slows up users down, and also it leads to unsupportive business model processes. So this can lead to competitive disadvantage overall for the company, where the process becomes slow and they need to spend more time on non-value-added tasks. So that is where if their competitor is using SAP S/4HANA and they're using SAP ECC, their competitor may be at an advantage. So these are some of the important reasons that we can tell a client in case they ask why you need to implement SAP S/4HANA when you have SAP ECC. So now let us just cover some basics of the technical aspects on the architecture point of view. So as you know, right now, in terms of the hardware, the computing technology of our systems have become much bigger. Previously, like 10 years back, the kind of CPUs that even in your mobile phones, you will see the processors are becoming smarter and smarter, right? So the scaling power of this computers has become much bigger. Even the servers which SAP was using, they have become much bigger. So with this kind of technology where we have 64-bit address space and we have very simple, even in simple servers, you can have 24 terabyte space. We have the capability to store data in a smarter way. If you see on the right hand side, you will see that we have got column plus row structure and compression technology, partitioning. So basically, these are different technologies that are available for storing the data, so that we can use this technology and we can actually use the space needed by SAP S/4HANA to address it in a faster way. Okay. So if I come to this at link also. So you can read more details. This is saphelp.sap.com, where you can see how the row versus column data storage is different, right? So basically, if you see, the old technology will store the data in row wise, row 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. And in the new technology, we'll see that it is storing the data in a smarter way, where they will not store everything like US Alpha 3000, everything in one row. They will basically separate them into 3 different rows and columns, where they will maintain the country in separate column, sales data in another column, and product in this column, and they can combine them. So basically, this is again very technical. We don't need to get into too much of details here. But what happens is, if you use row and columns together, then it is becoming easier for the hardware to fetch the data. Yeah. So these are some of the advantages of column-based stores. We have got higher data compression rates, where we can store the data in more efficient way. Then we have got higher performance of the column operations. With column data organization operations and single columns such as searching or aggregations can be implemented on as loops. And again, we have got elimination of additional indexes. Like there's something called index structure that is used in searching in case we're using low technology. But by using column and row, we can actually eliminate these additional indexes. So you can read them through in case you're interested. This is quite technical, how basically in-memory works in S/4HANA, which is actually needed for SAP S/4HANA to be implemented. So in case someone is using an old technology, in 10 years back, and if the technology has got changed now, it is always recommended to upgrade just like the way we upgrade our phone, right? So this actually, whatever I was just telling, this is showing the present diagram, how when they're trying to use this different kind of database structures, there is a kind of a bottleneck because they're trying to use so basically how our computer works is that we have a lot of data stored in the hardwares, right? Like you guys must be knowing it. Like for example, when a computer, you have opened a laptop, you will see that a lot of data is getting stored in different, like you have a hard drive and you have got the in memory, which is the RAM, right? So let's say you have got certain documents or certain movies or certain software stored in your different folders. Now, when you access things at the same time, you will see that the RAM is not able to process everything at one shot. It is basically used to process different things at the same time. So that is why there is kind of a bottleneck for the in-memory computing. So this happens when your RAM is limited. Now in the present structure, you will see that this RAM or the memory has been partitioned in row and column structure using different technologies. Like you will hear about duo code or code to duo. So this kind of technology, with this kind of technology, what happens is this RAM is expanded into different. You can say think of it like a smaller RAMs where you can access data from the hardware much faster. Right? Like you can say this is like a multi-core architecture where the RAM is able to and again there is something called flash storage disk. So I don't know if you've heard about this. Like we have got a hard drive, then obviously RAM, and then there is something called in between, which is like a flash drive or a solid state drive, SSD. With this kind of SSD, what happens is that when the data is stored in this SSD or this flash drive, the access to this data becomes faster. So this same, if you can relate this with your normal laptop or your desktop, and the same technology also applies in SAP S4HANA. Since our computers have become smarter, we can actually see, if you can think it in this way, like previously if you want to implement or install a game, and if the game is very heavy and if the laptop is quite old, you will see the laptop is getting hanged. But in case you upgrade your laptop to a newer technology, you will still not use the old games, right? You will probably install the latest version, which needs more memory, which needs more space. But since your RAM is smarter, you have solid state drive in your laptop, you'll install a latest version of the game, even if it is heavy. So you can relate it in that way, and you can think that SAP S4HANA also can be installed in current system because we have the technology, which is the in-memory computing technology. Okay, so let us continue our discussion. So SAP S4HANA is different by design. It stores all data in memory and in a compressed columnar format. So yeah, so as you have seen, it does not store data in typical in typical hard drive fashion, but as you have seen, it basically keeps its data in flash drive or solid state drive. Do you guys know what is SSD and hard drive, solid state and SSD versus HDD? Any idea, anyone? It's very common actually nowadays. If you go and buy a laptop, you'll find that they will tell that I have got SSD and not HDD, and the price is higher. So I hope you guys know, right? So basically, this is a different technology. What happens in this is called solid state drive, and HDD stands for hard disk drive. So if you would have read like electronics and all, you will see that the technology behind solid state drive is something called flash memory, and the hard disk drive is something called magnetic disks, right? So these are different storage technologies, and typically the magnetic disk is the old technology where you can store a lot of data, and SSD is a newer technology where there's certain difference in the physical and chemical properties in the way it is storing the data. Again, this is more on the electronics where there are the circuits which are used to store this data. The circuits are more integrated in SSD. The transistors, like you would have heard about gate transistors and all, right, in physics. So these transistors that are used, these are different transistors. And the way these transistors are made and the way the grids are done, these grids are actually more efficient, right? So in that way, what happens is the SSD has more efficient way of storing data, and it takes less time to retrieve data from SSD. So that is why it is more expensive, because it is more compact. The extraction of data from SSD is easier. and it is more electronic. But hard disk drive HDD, right? This is on more on the mechanical engineering side. Like it's just mechanical parts. These are magnetic parts, right? These have got something called segments where we store the data, and this has like old technology where we use controllers and operating system of hard drive like a microprocessor, right? So that is why, since this is hard disk drive is more mechanical and this is just more electronic based, that is why there's a difference in price and difference in speed. Now, what they are saying is that in ECC we have been using this hard drive, and it takes longer time to derive data from HDD to into your RAM, which is the in memory. But in ECC, in S4HANA, we are using this SSD or the flash technology, and our in memory is also more efficient. So that is why you will see that whatever you will have this in memory a lot, right? Like it stores all the data in memory. So this, since it is storing all the data in memory itself, and also we are using the column technology, the column way of searching. That is why by design, the SAP S4HANA is more efficient. In ECC, we are storing the tables in the hard drive and extracting the tables from the hard drive into our in memory. Yeah, but it is storing all the data in memory, right? All the data in memory. So everything is stored in the SSD and RAM. That is why it is much faster to retrieve the data. Unlike ECC, where you are storing the tables in hard drive and basically extracting the data in the RAM as needed, right? So that way, like for example, you have certain food items in kitchen, and you have to go and bring that food item from kitchen into your desk in order to have the food. So it will take time. Let's say if you want to eat 2 or 3 items or 5 items, you have to go and bring each item one by one each time. But here, you are having your food in the table itself, in your, let's say, in your desk. But every time you go and bring the food from the kitchen. So basically, the hard drive is like that. Hard drive is getting stored in a certain different place, and you have to extract the data from the hard drive. Unlike in S4HANA, where you're keeping all the food in the table itself. Since every food is in your table, and the table is much bigger now, right? The table is more expensive and much more bigger, and you're storing all the food in the table itself. So you can simply pick the food from the table instead of going and fetching it from somewhere. So that is why it is storing all the data in memory instead of going and fetching the data from the hard drive. So because SAP S4HANA has different design, it does not require sums, indexes, materialized views, and aggregates. So that is why there really no need for any kind of search technology, because everything is in memory. This reduces the database footprint. Everything is calculated on demand and in the main memory. This process makes it possible for companies to run online transaction processing and online analytical applications on the same instance at the same time. It allows for any type of real-time specific queries and analysis. So what happens is there are 2 ways of processing. One is OLAP, which is online analytical processing, and another is OLTP, which is typically more simple. So what happens is when it comes to analyze any aggregated data, right, we use OLAP, and when it comes to just store transactional data, we use OLTP. Okay? So both the OLTP and OLAP can be done at the same time in SAP S4HANA, right? That is what are the advantages, right? So basically, what happens is that whenever any kind of multi-dimensional data model is used, to use the OLAP model, where let's say you have to, let's say if you have to just store. Have you guys heard about COPA? Like you guys must have some basic idea about COPA, right? COPA or any kind of risk analysis tool. So what happens? Any kind of risk analysis tool or COPA, whenever we use certain modules like that, we have to use different dimensions, right? Now, different dimensions will have different kind of attributes or different kind of values. So for that, we can use OLAP. And OLTP is like simple. Let's say you just simply created a invoice and you're just trying to store the data in the table. That is OLTP. So whenever any kind of complex analysis is required, it actually needs OLAP for any kind of complex report, any kind of complex program which is accessing multiple tables, where there are multiple dimensions, or any kind of large batch job is there, which takes a long time. So for those kind of OLAP, the processing time can go up to hours in ECC, right? OLTP is much faster. Okay, so now in SAP S4, now we are doing both OLTP and OLAP in the same time and the same instance. Because see, what happens is, to give you some example, let's say if you are running a background job, okay, you guys have heard about background and foreground job, right? Instead of running a program in the foreground, sometimes if a program can take a long time, we run that program in the background. So, for example, if it's a small program, you run that in the foreground, which means you execute it, it immediately get processed. But sometimes you will see that some jobs can take a long time because of the complex. You will run that in the background. So you can think it in that way, that whenever any program has to be run in the background, in ECC, that program will not be done using the RAM because it will become inefficient for the system. That will be done using the OLAP process, or you can think of it like using the hard drive, because it will take longer amount for the system to run those programs. But in S4HANA, whether it's a complex program, it's a background program or foreground program, whether it's OLAP or OLTP, everything will be done in memory, which means it will be much faster. It's done in the same instance. So that is why it is much more efficient and much more time saving. So now let's talk a little bit in more details about the row versus column store data. So you will see here we have given some examples. So it's the same thing that we discussed, but let's just explain this. So here, this is a table. Let's say I've got A, C, A, C. This is a table in the way it is basically stored. And now here, again, this is quite technical. Basically, what they're saying is that table A as column, table in DRM, this is column A and C. I can basically read them in parallel. Now here, whenever I am trying to read something, some of the data is getting discarded, right? So this is how it is getting read from different tables, and this is how it is basically becoming more and more efficient. So let's talk about the SAP HANA deployment options. So this is a single host configuration, which means we have got different servers. Let's say master server, master index server, XSS server. Different servers are there, and this is the SAP host agent. This is the SAP HANA license management tab, and all this will be under a single host configuration. So similarly, we can have like node 1, node 2, node 3, and we can have multiple host configurations. So which means that we can deploy different servers at the same time, and we can do a parallel processing, as was explained in the like a dual code configuration. Parallel processing is possible in SAP S4HANA. So whatever we have discussed, let us just try to summarize this discussion between the legacy or the ECC database and the HANA database. So in the legacy database, we have seen a hierarchy model architecture where there are different kinds of tables like line item table, total table, index table. When we say hierarchy, it means that, like, for example, you would have heard about BSIG or BKPF tables where one is at the line item, one is at the header level, one will have some aggregate tables or index tables, one will be total table. So there are different kinds of tables in legacy ECC. But when it comes to SAP S4HANA, since everything is getting stored in the same in-memory, that is why it's a flat model, which means that we only have the line item tables, and then there are CDS views for different types of reporting. So CDS view is nothing but when you study about the Fury, you will see that we have got this different kind of CDS views, and this CDS views can be you can think about CDS view like a query where we join two or three tables and build a query using SQL, right? Similarly, in S4HANA, you've got CDS views where you can basically join some tables and we can create this CDS views for reporting. This is a HANA database. When it comes to the ECC, it basically builds on disk-based memory concept, which means we have got hard drive, and in S4 I've got in-memory based concept, which is again, as we explained, this is called under RAM and solid state drive kind of concept. Now in ECC, it's a row-based table architecture, and in HANA, it's a column and row-based architecture. So here in ECC, you've got OLAP and OLTP reports, batch oriented activity. But in S4HANA, this OL and OLTP are real time with embedded analytics tools. That means both are happening at the same platform. There is no need to separately access OL AP for the with the hard drives. In ECC, it's a single CPU and single processor for processing the transactions. But in S4HANA, I've got multiple CPUs and multi-core processors for processing the transactions. So now let's also just look at some of the tables. So when it comes to finance, we have got tables like BKPF, BSEG at the head and line item level. So for new J, we have got this kind of tables like FAGL, FL, PXA. In CO, you used to have COBK, COEP. Then in asset accounting, we used to have ANEK, ANEK, ANEP, ANEA, NLC, NLP. We have got all these asset accounting tables. Then we have material ledger tables like MLH star, MLIT star, MLC star, MLC star. These are the different tables that we used to have in ECC for the line item level and the header level. Then we used to have the total table like GL T0, KNC1, KNC3, LFC1, LFC3, then COSS, COSP, all this kind of total table. And then we have got indices table. Indices table means like open item or closed item table. So we have got tables like BSIS, BSAS, BSIK, BSAK, BSID, BSAD. So basically, K, S, and D. D means customer, open item of customer, clear item of customer. Then K means vendor, which means open item of vendor, clear item of vendor. And S means GL, which means open item of GL and clear item of GL. And again, this kind of FHL BSIs and FHL BSIs. So these are all different kind of tables that we used to have in finance, which is header, line item, total, and indices. In sales, you've got this kind of table like VP, all these things. In material, you've got this kind of tables like NVW, NV, WH, and so on. And even in quantity and all. Now, so in SAP HANA, all these tables are combined from GL, COPA, CO, asset accounting material into a universal journal table. Okay. So this universal journal table is called ACDOCA, and here we have put all the things into one single table. So as you can see here, we used to have so many values, like so many columns, like cost center, profit center, function area, business area, controlling area for GL. Or CO used to have all this, like partner object, CO, key sub number, everything. In asset accounting, you used to have real depreciation area, win asset account number. So all these are combined into the single table, which is universal journal entry. So this is the ACDOCA table. as you can see here, these are the different columns. These are actually there are many other columns. We have just shown few, like company code, year, ledger, document number, line item ID, uh, fiscal year, account number, cost center, profit center, controlling India segment, object number, and all this. Let me open the SEO table in the system also. So yeah, as you can see here, this is the SEO table. We have got ledger, company code, year, document number, line item ID, the fiscal year, then the ledger specific document number, then record type, and then so many other columns are there, right? Now, whichever value is not needed, it will keep that in this case. So it will actually bring all the free currencies which can be defined in AC token, free currency 1 to 10. So if I double click on this, yeah. So now, yeah. So I have, even in financial document, I've got something like billing type or sales or distribution channel or division. So previously we see this distribution channel or sales or billing type. So these things are not present in financial tables, right? Or ship to party, bill to party. These are part of the sales tables. But now they have basically inserted even the sales column or sales table column uh, in the financial data. So that means instead of combining things, I can get all the data from this single table from different areas, from sales. Even you will see fund management area, commitment area, funds, everything in. Even I will see asset sub number, asset value date, asset transaction type, depreciation period. You will find everything in the same column, in the same table. So the structure has been changed where we had individual tables, like as I was mentioning here, individual tables like for GA layer we used to have BKPF design. For asset we used to have, yeah, for asset we used to have AN, EK, AN, EP, and all these tables. But now, as you can see here in this single table, we have got everything combined, right? So this is one of the biggest changes that has happened where all the columns of all the tables have been brought into this universal journal entry table or list. So this is a change. So now in S4HANA, these are the tables which are remaining. We have got BKPF table and BSEC table at the header and item table level. These two are still there. We've got AC Docker table as we just discussed. We've got this few more tables like FAAT doc ID. We have got this asset accounting tables, company code, asset. So basically, let's talk about some more key features of SAP S4HANA. So in SAP S4HANA, we have already discussed about the in-memory database, then the new architecture and data models that we've discussed. Then we also have some of the applications which are new, like we'll discuss more about the applications in the subsequent slides. Then we have got this new UI technology, which is nothing but the Fury apps. Then we have again got two different kind of models. One is the cloud model, and another is the on-premise model. And again, this is natively integrated, which means we have native integration between the database and the in-memory. Okay. So you can see that you can think about it in these four fashions. One is simplified work patterns, simplified data models, Then we have got this DB optimizations, data footprint reduction. Then we have got this different kind of user experience, which is like through Fury app, analytics, simulations, text mining, and all these areas. Again, we have got machine learning, etc. All these things are coming up as well. Then again, we have got choice of deployment. We can go for the on-premise as well as cloud. Previously, on-premise was the only option. There's no cloud option, but we have also got cloud option. Let's just go through some of the things. We just go through some of the basic things. We just read them across. What are the things that have got changed now? Secondary cost elements are part of chart of accounts now. So if I open the GL screen, yeah. So this is a secondary cost element which is created as a GL here. So this is, as you can see here, we have got a GL account type called secondary costs and account group which is secondary costs. And you can, this is very similar to creating a GL account. You can create the short text, long text, etc. Come to the control data, and here you will see cost element category, which is mentioned here. They mentioned as internal supplement. So this was not there in ECC. Previously, we used to create secondary cost elements to separate input and use it only in controlling. But now this is part of the chart of accounts and this is part of the GL master data. So these are some of the cost element categories. Internal settlement. So if I come to a normal asset GL, right? This is a asset balance sheet account. You will not see that. You will not be able to see the cost element category anymore. Okay. In order to have the cost element category, you need to have the. You need to basically use the secondary cost element group. So only if you have a cost element category is 21, only you will have this cost element category field enabled if you choose the right GL account type and right GL account group. So parallel accounting is also simplified with standard and apprentice ledgers. So previously we used to have like different kind of ledgers, like COL, leading ledger, non-leading ledger, etc. So now we are using a simplified version of the parallel accounting. Okay. So we'll actually cover in more details about the parallel accounting in the subsequent slides. So I'm not covering too much in details. I'm just running them through quickly for now. New asset accounting is mandatory. New asset accounting has many features. We'll cover them in details during the asset accounting session. Then account-based COPA is recommended. You know there are two types of COPA, and now account-based COPA is something that is recommended in case for HANA. Fiscal year variant and operative chart of accounts between company codes and control area must be same. Okay. So this is a recommendation about the fiscal year variant and the operating chart of accounts. Then business partner concept is introduced, as we have discussed. Material ledger is mandatory as far as for SAP S for HANA. COGM using file ledger is possible. Subsequent implementation of documents printing is enabled. Cost of goods refinement is extended to many other goods movement transactions. Sorting of profitability segments characteristics values is changed in this new. Again, this is profitability characteristics will be covered in the controlling sessions and the trainer. We can discuss more on the profitability segment characteristics values. Then we also have certain enhancements in the Fury apps. We've got predictive accounting enabled. We have got new extension of the ledger for valuation ledgers. Then we have got some of the advanced features like universal allocations, advanced financial close, GRI reconciliation, actual management, group reporting again, which has replaced the BPC, and amount field extension. So we cover all this in details one by one. I've just given a quick overview of this, and now we come to cover this aspects one by one in the detailed session. So we have gone through this presentation for long. I think we can do some practical. Create a couple of GLs in the system. One of you can share your screen and create one secondary cost element GL and see the cost element category is coming or not. And then you can create another GL and see if this is not coming or not. So anyone would like to share screen and open SAP to do some practicals? You will click on create new, the third button from the
No, it's not coming the screen to give the reference details.
No. That in GL account, you need to provide the new number. You can put like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's already assigned to company. Maybe you can provide me the other company code. Which is or else other GL. This is not assigned to company.
This is secondary cost, the one which you have given as a template.
Yeah, go to control data. You can change the short text and long text. You can give some other.
Okay.
Maybe you can mention test or something. Keep it secondary only because we're trying to check for secondary cost element.
Okay.
I'm telling the text you can change. If you want, you can change the text and you can just mention test or something.
Okay, I'm in a control data tab.
Yeah, you can select. In the cost element category, you can select anything. You can save it.
Internal settlement. 21 is fine. You want me to change any other cost element category?
21 is fine. You can see challenge with that. You can see a change also if you want, but
okay.
You can save this.
Group account number.
So
it's asking for the group account number.
Yeah, you can put if you want. Basically, the objective is to just see that the secondary cost element is getting created with the secondary cost element category when it comes to the right account group. But if you select some other account group, if you try to create another GL with a different account group, you will not be able to see the cost element category anymore.
I can select any group account number.
You can select bank. You can select bank.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we have got some idea now about the GL. So now let me share my screen once. You understood, right, about how for the GL that for secondary cost element it is letting you select the cost element category, but for normal GLs it does not let you secondary cost element category.
Yeah.
So let me share my screen back. Okay, let's talk about the business partner master data. So this new business partner concept is capable of managing the master data centrally for business partners, customers, and vendors across all applications. It is mandatory in S/4HANA. So there are redundant objects in SAP ECC. Separate master data created for vendors and customers. Besides this, separate master data is also there in applications like FSCM, credit management, collection management, dispute and real estate portals. In SAP S/4HANA, it is a single point of entry to create, edit, and display master data for business partners, customers, and vendors. It is applicable from the 1511 onwards. All the other transactions for creating, editing, display of customer, vendor, contact person will be redirected to this new transaction code called BP. So all these other T codes like FD01, FD02, FD03, FK01, FK02, XG01, MK01, BT01, all these things will be discontinued and will be replaced by a single transaction code called BP. On commit, the business partner, master, and corresponding customer vendor and CVA link tables are created and maintained automatically. So CVA is nothing but customer vendor integration, right? So you guys, are you guys aware about this CVI concept, customer vendor integration? So this is nothing but more of a business partner design called customer vendor integration, where we have to do some customization. Okay, so let us just go to this table. So previously we have this end user where SAP GUID was used, and then now in S4HANA we're using the Fury app, and in the this is the end user transaction, and in the once they use this transaction, it uses certain certain configurations like business partner group and business partner roles to create the customer or vendor. Okay. Now let me show you. So this is the business partner path for the configuration. So these are the different kind of business partner roles that are there in the standard. As you can see, BBP001 for vendor. Then you've got contact person, employee. We also use this general ship to party where we have got treasury also, counterparty, depository bank. Counterparty is used for your any kind of let's say if you have to create a loan with a bank, right? Then you have to use this counterparty role for the business partner in order to create a loan with the bank. You can use a depository bank and issuer in cases where you have got, let's say, any kind of equity or bond. You can use this. They've got guarantor and collector roles also. This for collection management, UDM 000 or any kind of, or if you're fixed in that this is certain collection role where you want to create some promise to pay, etc. UMK00 is for reciprocate management, where you have to, in case you want to use any kind of credit segment or any kind, how to implement the credit profile for this business partner can use the credit management. So these are the standard roles. Then you've got VP role groupings. So in case you want to combine certain roles into a VP role grouping, you can use it in this way. Let's say you want to use account holder, authorized choice, and corresponding into simply grouping, you can do that. This role group. Okay. But this may not be needed. This is an optional thing. If you want, you can do this. Otherwise, you can just ignore this. So these are the number ranges that we can define, like 01, 02, 03, and all. This can be either external number range, as you can see. If we mark this external for 03, this will be an external number range, or it can be internal number range also. But system will automatically assigning a BP number. Okay. So depending on whether you want BP number to be automatically assigned by the system, or if you want the BP number to be external, you can use number range as external or internal. So this is a BP grouping. So basically, whenever you create a BP, So whenever you create a BP, we have this BP grouping, right? So this BP grouping is very important because this BP grouping will determine the number range that we'll be creating for the BP group. So BP grouping is one thing, and other thing is the BP role. So I'm creating this in general BP role, but let's say the grouping that I'm choosing is, let's say, TR01. So I'll select, let's say, treasury partner external. Okay, this one, TR02. So TR02 is my BP grouping, and that is 0203 number range. That means I have to use a number range 03, which has this 1002,999, and it's an external number. So that in that case, I have to assign the BP number on my own. So the role is different and grouping is different. The BP grouping is suited for the number range, and the role we can define multiple roles under one group. That is not a problem. In fact, we'll do that. So let's say this is HDFC example. Okay. So this is a treasury partner external for you, but at the same time, this can also be a vendor for you. So I've saved this. Now I want to extend this to a vendor node. So let's say I want to assign some payment transaction of 0.001. Save. Now I'll also extend this to counterparty index for any treasury purpose. Let's say I'm extending this to 17,000. Okay, so now if I just go to display port, you will see that this particular business partner is extended to business partner, a general role, counterparty role, and supply financing role. I think I've also by mistake clicked on commission and financial services. That's why it has also got extended to commission partner role. So now if I look at this business partner, this is showing the grouping TR0. Okay. So now if I go to so these are the roles to which it is extended. As you can see. So these are the roles, and BU200 will show the BP grouping.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which reporting tool is natively integrated with SAP S/4HANA Finance 2023? Option A, Crystal Reports. Option B, SAP Fiori. Option C, Business Objects. Option D, Microsoft Power BI. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become an expert in finance management? Our SAP S/4HANA Finance 2023 course is perfect for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn everything about SAP S/4HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for handling financial processes, from planning budgets to managing costs efficiently. We cover the basics and advanced techniques. Our experts, who have years of experience, have designed the course to ensure the best learning experience. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, ready to guide and answer your questions. Our students love the course and have seen real improvements in their skills. And the best part? It's super affordable, offering incredible value without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP S/4HANA Finance? Sign up today. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details and get started now.
Overview of management accounting and also a cost center and internal order accounting. Okay, this is the first course part of course the curriculum. Okay, so as you all know, management account basically we use it for internal business reporting purpose, right? this all cost center accounting, internal orders, or product costing, probability analysis, whatever it may be. This all is like management reporting purpose, where the top management will analyze the cost, revenues, the contribution margins, and EBIT, earnings before tax, right? So all these financial figures they analyze and they take a decision for the business future improvements, like for acquisitions uh, or carve outs, something like that. So in management accounting, the first part is cost center. Okay, you all know about the cost center accounting, right? Where the cost where originally occurs. For example, in any business, right? So we have different departments like finance, HR, marketing, uh, or sales or admin, right? So in order to track the cost of all these departments, they use cost centers. Okay, so we will discuss internal order later, but this is cost center is like all know very. I mean, it's very simple. In legacy also, you might know already. You can call it as a small department or a small unit in your organization, right? So where the real cost occurs, to track those kind of cost, especially business uses cost center accounting. In cost center accounting, again, we have different kind of sub functions. We are going to discuss like cost center planning, allocations, price calculations, how it works in S4 HANA, and what are the changes in S4 HANA, how we use it to do in ACC, especially planning and allocations, and what are the changes in S4 HANA, right? So we will discuss all those, and I will also show you in the system how to do the planning and the allocations, everything, right? So at the end, I mean, if you have any questions also, we can discuss probably, I mean, at the end of the session or in between also we can discuss. Okay, so as I said, in the management accounting, we have cost center accounting, order and project accounting, activity-based costing, cost object controlling, and probability analysis. Okay, these are the main components of the management accounting, as we already discussed. As part of order and project accounting, we will cover the internal orders and process order, production order. One example we can take, but we are not going to discuss anything about the project systems, right? It's not part of our course curriculum. Okay, but we will discuss either process order or production order. Okay, one business case we will take, and I will give you the demo on how the configuration will work, how the value flows from cost center to order and order to Now activity based costing, activity based costing is also there in ECC, but it's also available in SAP S4. But S4, I mean, in all the new implementations, SAP itself suggesting don't use activity based costing, because there is a reason behind it. Probably you guys might heard about universal parallel accounting. So UPA is like a new feature which is going to come. I mean, they've already introduced in 2023, but as of now, I'm not sure. I mean, anybody is using it, but now clients are prefer to use that new component of SAP, where universal parallel accounting. Okay, it has some advantages and disadvantages, where SAP is enabling new features and some of the features are no more available. For example, activity-based costing. In future, there is no activity-based costing in S4 HANA. Okay, with UPA, Universal Parallel Accounting. It's, I mean, already released in 2023, but still some, testing and other things are going on. Nowadays, clients are preferring to implement UPA. Okay, so that's what APA, I mean, this activity-based costing will not be available anymore in S4 HANA. Rather, we use standard costing with activity types and all. Okay, I will tell you, I mean, later what is activity-based costing and what is normal costing. I will give you a brief introduction and why SAP is not doing any kind of, I mean, they're not spending their time or money on this basic particular component, and they're not going to bring it to UPA and future as for upgradations. Okay, And cost object controlling, probability analysis. When you say cost object controlling, here the actual costing, production, everything will take place. There are two things, internal order and cost center. Both are cost object which collects the cost. Okay. But cost center is like a long-term purpose. For example, in your organization, right, you have finance department, HR department. Probably you can create cost center. I mean, your under finance also there will be separate sub functions also like tax, planning, budgeting, etc. I mean, some divs are there, but still, I'm giving one example. It's like a long-term purpose where you use once you create it, you will use it for a long-term purpose. When it comes to internal order, it is like the life of the internal order is very short, meaning it will be used to track expenditure related to a particular job or a particular event. For example, your let's say you are manufacturing the cars. Okay, you have already invented a new car. You would like to introduce a new car in the market. Okay, for that purpose, what happens? I mean, there will be some exhibitions and everything will happen right across the country or across, I mean, cities. Whenever there is an car exhibition, you're going to showcase your car, right? So we are introducing this new car in next 1 year or maybe next 6 months. So for that, you will do some kind of marketing activities there. Okay, in order to track the marketing expenditure, particularly your requirement is, your management requirement is to track that particular event cost, okay, separately. Your marketing department will have a separate cost center, though they want to track this particular event cost, right, separately. For that purpose, you will create an order. You will post all the expenditure related to that event. Once that event is closed, you will transfer that cost. I mean, when I say transfer, you will settle that cost to the marketing cost center. So at the end, it will show the cost of the whole cost of that event in the marketing cost center. Okay. So in a nutshell, internal orders are being used for short-term events or short-term specific purpose, not only the exhibition. In your organization, let's say, they're going to conduct annual days or something, right? I mean, some kind of events they will organize. For that organize, they will spend some cost, right? In order to track the cost of that event, right? We need internal. We need some specific cost object so that we can track the expenditure. Or else you are conducting the same kind of events in different locations. At the end, being a CFO of the company, I would like to know what is cost of my event in Bangalore, what of cost of event in Chennai, what of the cost of event in the Hyderabad, right? So likewise, we can have separate internal order for each event, and at the end you can compare the cost between all the events. So yeah, as we discussed, a cost and revenue element accounting, overhead cost accounting, cost center accounting. So when I say cost and revenue element accounting, it's nothing but your GL accounts. Okay, like we have revenue elements and we have cost elements. When I say cost elements, like your I would say salaries, rent, power, electricity. These all we call it as cost, right? When I say revenue, your sales revenue. When I say sales revenue, it's an operating income. There will be some non-operating income also. For example, how you will get non-operating income? Any idea? There will be operating and non-operating, right? For anything like operating cost and non-operating cost. If you, your company your company main business is like selling of manufacturing and selling of cars. Apart from that, they may give some. They invest somewhere and they can get some kind of revenue, right? It's kind of non-operating. And also sometimes let's say they have scrap parts, right? The scrap sales, etc. Apart from the main business, they also may involve in other activities, providing some kind of services, those kind of small services, etc. So non-operating income. So yeah, we have operating cost and non-operating cost as well. When you say operating cost, the cost which is directly related to the production. Non-operating cost like your taxes, right, and any other expenditure, we call it as non-operating expenditure, which is not directly related to the manufacturing or your business. Okay, overhead cost accounting. So this overhead cost accounting, we have again direct overheads and indirect overhead, and this we will discuss during the product costing concept. Okay, cost center accounting, internal orders we discussed, activity based costing. Okay, this also during the product costing, it will give you more clarity. If I discuss now also, it will, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So once we get, understanding the basic things, then we will discuss the the complex concepts. Product cost controlling, profitability analysis. Okay, these all are sub-components of management accounting as we discussed. So again, we are going to discuss each and everything in detail, and also we will see all these components in the system, how it works. Okay, so at the end, in the COPA, in the management accounting, this profitability segment, right? So here, this is COPA. We call it as in S4. Now, no more it's, still we call it as COPA, but in ECC, if you remember, we have two kind of profitability analysis. One is like accounting based COPA. Second one is costing based COPA. Now, once S4 came into picture, they have done so many enhancements and improvements in accounting based COPA. SAP also, used combined COPA. You can use accounting based and costing based COPA together. They come up with combined based COPA. Now, in the latest versions, there is no combined COPA. Now we have marginal analysis. The accounting based COPA, they named it as marginal analysis. Okay. Now there is no profitability analysis. If it's a profitability analysis, but they renamed this component as marginal analysis. Okay, so the flow is like, we have internal orders, cost centers, process, product cost controlling, profit centers. So all expenditure will be posted with all these components. At the end, everything will goes to profitability analysis. For example, cost, there are some cost we will post to the cost center. Okay, we will post cost to the internal order. You can transfer the cost from internal order to COPA. You will post expenditure at the process orders or production orders in the product cost controlling. Again, the variances will go to COPA, right? Everything, the all expenses and revenues related to your business or your manufacturing products will go to COPA, and the profitability analysis, okay, we will analyze the profitability. Okay, we will discuss in detail how it works and what are the sub-components of this COPA and everything. Okay, in a nutshell, these are the major components in management accounting. One is cost center, internal orders, product costing, profitability analysis, profit center accounting. Okay. Yeah, if you see here, the management accounting architecture, we have profitability analysis. We have profit center accounting in NewGel, where we can see your balance sheet, profit and loss statement. Okay. In the overhead management, we have activity cost, budgeted cost, internal orders. And the product costing, again, we have projects. We are not going to discuss this project, but production orders, sales orders, variance, actual cost. This is the structure and how the cost will flow. So the highest org unit is, like, as I said, profitability analysis. Whatever the cost we post in all independent units, right? At the end, it will goes to COPA, profitability analysis, where we do our marginal analysis. Like, when I say marginal analysis, it's nothing but profitability of an organization, like each product wise, customer wise, or division, distribution channel, etc. Likewise, they draw their profitability and they can do the analysis. Yeah. Now we will discuss I told you, right? The allocations and everything. So in the overhead cost controlling, we have planning. When we say planning, the primary cost planning. So why we need planning? So for every organization, the planning is important. For the next 1 year, not only the organization, right? So for as an individual also, we should plan for the at least next 1 month, what are the costs? At least, the foreseen expenditure we need to know. right? And at the end, we need to compare, I mean, where I spend more, okay, where I spend less. And also, I mean, when you have planning and when you have actual data, then you can compare, okay, what is my plan cost for this year or for this month or for this quarter, and what is my actuals, where I spend literally extra, where I spend, very less, where I can reduce, I mean, where I can reduce my cost, where I can still do improvements in my business, cost, business processes, or where I can improve my business activities, or where I can reduce my cost. This kind of things you can get. So simply you can get an overview of, you can compare your cost and in ahead of forecast. I mean, for the whole year, we can, I mean, business what generally do, they'll do planning at the beginning of the year, and they will see month or quarterly. Once they'll compare the cost with the actuals, and again they will do their planning for the future, months or future years, right? So it will also, like when they're doing planning, there will be some foreseen activities, some unforeseen activities. When I say unforeseen activities, let's say their planning for this year is to spend some, let's say some 100 million euros or maybe 100 million USD. These kind of unforeseen activities, or maybe some natural calamities, or maybe some kind of downtrend in the market, right? In order to get rid of all these kind of unforeseen events, they will plan their expenditure, right? So that, I mean, they can sustain all these unforeseen activities. So it will give them the chance. Okay, I mean, everyone will allocate the cost so that they can face these kind of challenges. So planning will give you to compare and give the detailed analysis of your costing. Okay, this price calculation is nothing but in product costing, right? So we need to calculate the labor cost, machine cost, setup cost. I mean, it's again it depends upon what kind of business you do, whether you are doing a car manufacturing or a chemical manufacturer, or uh, oil and gas. Based on that, the activities will vary, right? Assembling, cleaning, cutting, bending, heating, these kind of things are there. For those activity types, we need to calculate per hour rate. In any organization, machine and labor are common, right? So what is your labor per hour rate? When I say labor, the people who are working directly in the manufacturing process. Okay, that is about price calculations. I mean, still we will discuss during the product costing this concept. But this is, I mean, the integration between product costing and cost center accounting, this price calculations. The price calculations we will do in cost center accounting, but we will use it in the product costing. So basically, I mean, any organization, right? We have a different kind of cost centers. There are service cost centers, production cost center, maintenance cost centers. Okay. When I say service cost center, like your finance, HR, admin, marketing, sales, these are all service cost centers. Okay. And we have production cost centers. Production cost centers are typically, okay, most of the cases, 99% of the cases, the production cost center is nothing but your machine. Okay. Generally, I mean, how business will define production cost center. There will be a production department. Again, under production department, you have quality and you have production. But still within the production department, what I mean, they will use. There are a lot of machines, right? So they'll spend crores of rupees on the machine. That machine they create at a cost center. So what are all the expenditure they're going to incur for that machine, right? They will book it to that machine. Like for running a machine, we need, first of all, the machine, we need electricity, or maybe we need fuel. Sometimes we may need gas also. And we need repairs and maintenance cost for the machine, right? And we also have depreciation for that machine. So likewise, we have service cost centers, production cost centers. Okay, we discuss now service and production. Okay, So this finance department, all these HR, admin, marketing, these guys are not directly involving in the production process, but they are working for our organization. So when if you are a manufacturer, right? So for any, let's say you are manufacturing a car, we will take example because we will understand the process very easily. Since, I mean, if you are manufacturing the car, what are all the cost we incur, right? First, car has different components, like it has chassis, okay, it has wheels, it has gearbox, okay, and other components like windshield, etc. These are all parts of the car. To make that car, we need assembling, right? I mean, someone has to come, either a robot or a man has to come, and he has to assemble all the parts into a car, right? This is the manufacturing process. But to selling that car, we need other people help, like sales department. To procure these raw materials, we need help from the marketing department. Okay. To run all these payments, processing, invoicing, and everything, we need finance department help. Okay. To monitor all these employees, again, we have a separate department, HR and admin. Okay. Indirectly, these all people are working for this organization. Then at the end, let's say we have finance department. So finance department, though they are not directly involving the production process, they are indirectly servicing to the organization. When you determine your cost of the car, right? Apart from the material cost and also the manufacture, I mean the process assembly cost, these guys are also providing services. Some organizations, what they do, they transfer some portion of cost to these production cost centers, because finance department is not only working for their, right? I mean, not for finance department. Their cost is, at the end, we have to allocate to all other departments also. Like they're spending their some of the time for production, some of the time for HR admin, all right. So likewise, I mean, the service cost center's cost, we will transfer from one cost center to another cost center. Majorly, all the service cost centers will go to production cost centers, so that in the production cost center, we will get to know. I mean, once all these cost center cost transfer to production cost center, there they will calculate the rates. Okay. For example, you have machine activity, you have labor activity. I mean, we will take it simple. Okay. What is the labor rate? When I say labor rate, what happens? There will be direct labor and indirect labor. When I say direct labor, like the people who are working in that manufacturing process, they call it as direct labor. Indirect labor is like all services. The service cost also will get transferred to production department, where they calculate, I mean, they will get the indirect labor cost. So altogether, they will get what is the labor hour. But I'm not saying like this is the fixed process, but this is the generic process all business will follow. What I mean, at a thumb rule also, for at any period of time, right, the cost center balance has to become zero. Okay, let's say you have posted 100,000 euros, okay, to a particular cost center. At the end, there should be a credit of 1,000 euros. So if you run your report at the month end, your cost center balance should become zero. This is the thumb rule in costing. Okay, what happens if the cost is not zero? What is the complications? Thumb rule in costing is like any cost center, right? Let's take the production cost center. Okay, you have debit of 100,000 euros. Okay, there should be a subsequent credit of 100,000 euros. If not, what happens? You spend 100k euros. Okay, that means that 100k euros includes your depreciation, your maintenance, repairs, all other cost. I mean, the cost which came from the service department cost. Okay, how the credits will come when you are manufacturing? How many? in the initial I told the production cost center is like machine, right? If that machine runs for, let's say, 1 day, 24 hours, let's assume they are working 3 shifts, 8 hours per shift. Okay. In a month, how many? Assume 30 days in a month. Okay. They're working 24/7, then 240 hours per month, right? So that machine will work 240 hours in a month. Okay. Let's assume this, you spent 100k euros or maybe 100k USD in a month. That 100k has to absorb to production. The whole 100k has to be absorbed to the production. If it is not absorbed 100k to production, then you're utilizing your resources not properly, right? So you spent 100k, but you didn't absorb that 100k to the production, means you have not utilized your machine to the complete complete capacity of the machine. Okay, that means what happens? Either there could be reasons. Either there might be a breakdown in between, right? Or you're not running the machine properly. Or there be in breakdown or idle time. Okay, you have, the machine has to work 300 hours, but you worked, it has to work 240 hours, but you worked only 200 hours. Okay, if you work 240 hours, the 100k will be absorbed to the production. Otherwise, what happens? The remaining, 100 240 hours, they worked only 200 hours. Then what happens? Instead of 100k, only 90k will be transferred to the production, and remaining 10k will be still remains at the cost center. So this we call it as either under absorption or over absorption. Again, this cost you have to transfer to COPA to analyze your original profitability. Okay, so either under absorption or over absorption cost also we will transfer to COPA, so that we will get, what are the cost we have posted, right? At the end, it has to be nullified. So if you spent one euro or 1 rupee, at that same time we get some kind of input, right? Let's say if you get 1 euro output, then there is no profit, no gain. If you get only 90, then it will be loss. If you get 110, it is a profit, right? So in order to get your accurate profit and loss, okay, we need to transfer the cost center cost to COPA or some other cost center. At the end, the cost center balance should become 0. Okay, then only you will get your accurate P&L, profitability reporting in your organization. But it is not must rule. It's a thumb rule, but it's SAP, not only SAP, the costing principle says at the end of the period, your cost of the cost center should become 0. Okay, but it is not mandatory to do that. Some organizations follow that and some may not. Okay, some guys will, okay, let it be. They will not do anything. It's again how deeply you are using your controlling module based on that. Some people you create the cost center and they will see what cost got posted on that cost center, what allocations they have done. That's it. They will not use the remaining or unabsorbed cost in the further processing. But some people will use the whole picture. In order to get the inaccurate profitability, we have to follow this process. Now, process allocation, this is nothing but the activity types and all we said, right? That is the process allocation. We talk in the product costing again. Activity allocation, we have fixed and variable, right? When we say any activity, right, there are fixed, activity, we have fixed time and variable time also. For example, for any particular machine, right? Let's say, machine time is like always fixed, or it will have fixed and variable. Let's say depreciation. Depreciation is like you will how you will calculate. I mean, depreciation is like 10% per year or something like that, right? It's fixed cost. Okay. When you say variable, it varies. The fixed cost is fixed irrespective of your output. Okay. For example, in product costing, we will discuss this detail once again. Okay. When I say fixed, the manufacturing hours or maybe the cost also. For example, depreciation will be the fixed amount, right? Every month for this particular machine. Okay. Right. I mean, when we will fix the percentage, right? I mean, whether it is straight line or diminishing, whatever the depreciation methods you follow. I think you might know about asset accounting already. So in the asset accounting, you define all these depreciation calculations and everything. So the depreciation cost is always fixed. Okay. So per year or maybe per month or whatever it may, if it is per year 10%, then 1 month you will charge like 0.9 or something. Okay. So let's say we talk about per year. Per year, the cost is like 10,000, I mean, maybe 10%. So that is fixed percentage. When you say variable, for running the same machine, we need, let's say, electricity. Okay. Or maybe gas or maybe fuel. So fuel cost is variable because how many, when I say fuel, it might be, I mean, let's say machine, we need electricity. So electricity is like variable cost. Based on how many hours this machine runs, accordingly, this cost will vary, right? Electricity cost. It's not fixed. It is variable based on your consumption or utilization. This cost will increase. Whereas fixed, irrespective of your machine, I mean, whether you work 20 hours per day or 24 hours per day, or maybe in a year, let's say 1,000 hours or maybe 500 hours, let the machine work. But the depreciation for any machine, there will be a lifetime, like 10 years or maybe 15 years. Within that 15 years, the whole cost has to be depreciated. So in the product costing, we have preliminary costing, simultaneous costing, final costing, and cost calculation of actual cost of goods sold. Preliminary costing is nothing but, for manufacturing any product, right? We need to estimate the cost of the product first, so that we will get to know how much cost we are going to incur by manufacturing this product. Once you know the cost of the product, then you can compare with the market price in the market for what cost we are getting this product. Okay, then you can take a decision, make or buy, whether I would like to make this product or I would like to buy this product from someone and sell it to business. So for that purpose, we will do preliminary costing. By using this preliminary costing, we will get to know, make or buy decisions they'll do by using the preliminary costing. Simultaneous costing is nothing but the actual costing. When we do the actual manufacturing process, where the actual cost incurs, that we call it as simultaneous costing. Final costing and calculation of cost of goods manufactured. So the main purpose of product costing is to calculate the actual cost of goods manufactured. To manufacture any product, what is your actual cost of goods manufactured? And also we will get variances of that manufacturing process that we will discuss as course of this, system demo and during the product cost controlling. Actual cost. This is calculation of actual cost of goods manufactured is nothing but this part is like material ledger. Okay, when I say product costing, it includes material ledger actual costing also. So this part denotes the material ledger actual costing. That also we will discuss later. Simultaneous costing is like all the actual postings. In the final costing, we do all the month-end process and everything. At the end, we will get the actual cost of goods manufactured. Yeah. Again, here sales or revenue or business planning. In the probability analysis, as I said, in COPA also we can do revenue planning drill down reporting. Drill down reporting is nothing but at product level, product group, customer group, division, region, country, or different kind of drill downs available in profitability. Profit center analysis, I told you, in COPA, again, if you want, profit center will be another characteristic. At profit center level also, you can draw your profitability. And parallel valuation, transfer pricing. This is part of material ledger. We will discuss this also, how, the parallel valuation will works. Okay, so parallel valuation is nothing but, parallel, when I say parallel valuation, it's basically related to your inventory valuation. So any business, right, they can do their inventory valuation in different currencies, and also different valuations like profit center valuation or group valuation. Why they do that? Generally, when you are operating your business in multiple countries or maybe multiple business units, right? When you do goods movement between your, let's say you have one company, you're a corp, you have one company. Under one company, you have multiple divisions or maybe multiple manufacturing units, or you're operating in different places, right? When you are transferring your goods and services within the organization, right? Some people will do, what do you say, internal margins. Let's say you are let's say, I will tell you one good example, like Reliance. Reliance has many sub businesses, right? They have retail, they have oil and gas, oil business, etc. When they are selling their business within, right? When they are selling a product or a service within their within their group, right? It's not the real revenue, okay? Though it's a sell, it's a sales, but they cannot consider it consider it as a real sale, because when you sell the product to the end customer, then only we can consider it as an end sale. But still, for the tax and other purposes, they will consider as a sale, okay? To eliminate for a consolidate, at a group level, when you are consolidating your profitability or you are consolidating your financial statements, in order to get your net sales, you need your inventory or valuations, or in different valuations, like within the group or outside the group, what is your revenue. In order to get those kind of holistic view, we need parallel valuation and transfer pricing. By using this concept, we can eliminate intercompany transfers. When intercompany margins, I would say, intercompany margins in our business will get to know, okay, this sale is not the real sale, but still it has generated some revenue. In the sending company, they can call it as a revenue, but at a group level, they cannot still call it as a revenue, because it's not the real revenue. It's still not reached to the end customer. Okay. Parallel valuation, somebody told already, either it can be currency or it can be a valuation at a group or profit center level. Okay. Yeah, this again, we will discuss in detail in the material ledger, during the material ledger, how it looks, the parallel valuation. We will discuss. Yeah, all these topics again, in detail, we will discuss one more time when it comes. Like now we are start with overhead cost center accounting, then we will start product costing. At the end, we will discuss the profitability analysis. Okay, same what we discussed, right? The flow of values within the management accounting. So from all cost center to this process to COPA, at the end, everything is, pointing out towards the profitability segment, right? So everything, what are all the cost, you post all components, at the end, it will goes to profitability, where you will analyze your profitability of the product or your organization. Okay. First, here in the presentation, we have statistical key figures, but first we will start with this cost centers. Okay. Okay, we will talk about the cost center accounting first. So when you are going for any implementation, right? So the major challenge is defining the cost centers. Okay, how you gonna define your cost center? Okay, because business will ask to, I mean, for them, for each and everything they need is cost center. But some big organizations, they will have a user guide kind of thing. I mean, for master data governance, there will be a master data governance team. Okay, and they will all the rules to create this master data. I mean, how to create a cost center, how to create a GL account, and they have some rules and regulations and everything. Okay, but these cost center is not only cost center. Any master data is very important. Okay, but when comes to cost center, first we need to define the organization structure, right? Cost center hierarchy. So in that cost center hierarchy, we need to understand what is their business structure, at what level they want to analyze their cost. Okay, especially when nowadays all transformations are going on, right? In ECC they have different structure because they might used since 4.7 or those versions. Some people are still there and they have different org structures. They are using uh, many cost centers, right? Now when we are discussing defining the cost center, we need to discuss whether we can merge. Let's say these machines, right? They have some 100 machines in that production plant. Whether these 100 machines can be clubbed into some 30 machines, right? Because some kind of machines, they will do same business, same kind of activity. Okay, let's say we have 3 cutting machines with different, like 3-axis, 4-axis, 5-axis machines. Okay, these 3, 4, 5-axis machines will have, will consume or will use same kind of resources. Okay, they do the same kind of business. They're using for this cutting purpose these 3 machines. At the same time, their cost or maybe their cost also more or less similar. Okay, and they're using all other resources like fuel or maybe electricity, whatever it may be, also using same kind of same level of cost. In that case, what you can do, you can club the 3 machines into one cost center, right? We can suggest that one, so that it will reduce your cost centers, and also it improves. Creating that machine, each machine as a cost center is not. Creating cost center is not an easy. It's easy, but thereafter maintaining it and integration with other production people, it makes complicated. If the master data value is very used, especially the migration, and after migration also maintenance of these rates, and again that cost center you have to link to work center or maybe resource. These kind of interrelated activities will be more complicated. Thereafter, creating master recipes, process, bomb recipes or routings also makes complicated. So we try to reduce the cost center as much as possible. Okay, yeah. So in the cost center, the highest hierarchy is the cost center hierarchy. Highest node is the cost center hierarchy, where we call it as standard hierarchy. I will show you in the system tomorrow probably. So in cost center, again, in S4 HANA, in cost center, master data perspective, there is no changes. What we have there in ECC, same KS01, KS02, those transaction codes only. Still we use it to create cost centers. For example, still the KS01 will work here. Okay, there is no change here. But when you are defining the cost center, the naming conventions are very important. it has maximum 10. It allows you create maximum 10 characteristics. For example, here, okay, this cost center naming, okay, it will allow maximum 10 characteristics. Okay, so again, business will have different rules how they want to. I mean, the naming convention also important. By seeing that name, they will understand, okay, this cost center belongs to finance, this cost center belongs to HR or production subdivision, something like that. So what generally they do, first 2 digit might be the company code name, right? And second 2 digit might be the function, like it is a production or plan, finance, HR, something like that. And also other numbers. I mean, they use different combinations. It's again depends on the case to case, okay, business to business. But in general, what happens? I mean, they'll use the company code because when you have multiple company codes, it's difficult to understand. I mean, the cost center belongs to which company code, right? So, in general, I mean, that's the rule business will follow. First 2 digits, or maybe 4 digits also for the company code, 1 or 2 digits for the function, and other digits are for the serial number, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. Accordingly, they create the cost centers. Okay. Fury app also for creating cost centers. I mean, either through Fury app or normal, you can create a cost center. In S4, that is the additional function for cost center accounting. I mean, by using create cost center Fury app, where by using the app also, Fury app, you can create a cost center. See, cost element is nothing but your GL account. Okay. See, for example, income statement account. So, okay. Okay. So, cost element is nothing but this GL account. Okay. In S4, GL account. See, in ECC, GL accounts and cost elements are independent items. First, you have to create a GL account, and then you have to convert that GL account to a cost element. Okay. But in S4, the GL account, I mean, we cannot create cost elements separately from controlling module. Okay, meaning we have KA01, KA02. There are some transaction codes are there where we cannot use those transactions anymore. But coming to your question, cost element and GL accounts are not similar. Cost element is typically like your, say for example, this is travel expenses. Okay, which indicate what type of expense it is. That is the cost element. I mean, what type of cost it is, whether it is salary, depreciation, rent, okay, or travel expenses, water, fuel, etc. This we call it as cost element. Okay. When it comes to cost center is but typically a department. Okay, like your finance department, HR department, right? So probably when you are booking your time, I mean, I don't know, I mean, in TCS how it looks, but you are by default you are allocated to a particular cost center, right? When they are paying your salary, I mean, you don't know, you won't see that as an employee, but your finance department will understand you are part of which cost center. When you are booking any kind of claiming any telephone bills or something, you are going to use one WBS element, right? Or maybe cost center. That is what cost center. I mean, you belongs to a particular unit. Let's say if you are from Hyderabad, you will have a different cost center. If you are from Bangalore, you will have a different cost center. So that is the cost center. Okay. But your expenditure, I mean, let's say you are traveling to your client office and you are claiming your expenditure, right? That is what the GL account, the travel expenditure. Okay. Now, when comes to cost element accounting, right? In ECC, we used to create cost elements separately, but in S4, that is another biggest change. Okay. Every cost element should have a cost GL account. Okay. Every cost element, meaning whether it is primary cost element or secondary cost elements, we need a GL account. Whereas in ECC, for the secondary cost element, we don't require a GL account. Okay. I can create whatever the cost element I can create from CO with any naming. Okay. especially secondary cost elements. But in S4 HANA, we cannot create secondary cost elements without a GL account. Okay, meaning GL and the cost elements are tightly integrated now. There is no more reconciliation. When you create a GL account, if it is a P&L account, then you have to create that GL account as a cost element or a revenue element. If you go here, so this is the GL account type. Okay, we have accounting types like primary cost or revenue. If you select this one, primary cost or revenue, okay, let me edit this one. Primary cost or revenue, then here you will get the cost element category here itself. Okay, so here you have to select whether it is primary cost or revenue. Okay, if it is revenue, you have to select revenue account, and if it is cost, you have to select the cost element. So one is like cost element category, one is like cost, 11 denotes revenue. So in the screen itself, you have to create cost element also. I mean, there is no separate screen for cost element creation. If I go to cost element creation screen also, KA01, this is the cost element. So again, it is taking me to FS00. Okay. So KA01, KA02, those transactions will not work anymore. Even for example, KA06, this is secondary cost element creation, KA06, it will take me to FS00. So for creating, these are the secondary cost elements. So that's what we are discussing, right? So see, if you see here, secondary cost. Okay, if you want to create a secondary cost element, then you have to select account type as secondary. If you want to create primary cost element, then you have to select primary cost. Okay, and non-operating expense or non-operating income. I told you, right? So these non-operating expense and non-operating income, if you want to create a GL account without a cost element, okay, still possible, right? So some kind, for example, taxes, I mean, some kind of GL accounts, we don't need a cost element. Okay, when you create it as a cost element, when you are booking anything to the text cost element, then it will, it will ask for either, I mean, it will generally expect a cost object, either cost center, internal order, profit center, or profitability segment, something. So some expenditures, for example, taxes. Okay, tax is a non-operating expense. Okay, you will not book it to any particular cost center. The tax belongs to the whole organization. At a company code level, you will book the tax, but still, I mean, tax you can post it to corporate cost center. But there are some other expenditure we will not. I mean, some other GL accounts we don't use cost elements sometimes. In that case, we will select this non-operating expense or income. Okay. And the balance sheet, if you're going to create GL account as a balance sheet account, then you have to select balance sheet. Okay. For controlling purpose, when it comes to controlling, here in the cost element category, we need to select whether it is primary cost element or secondary cost element. Again, we have different type of cost elements. We use it for activity types. We need different cost elements. Work in progress, we need different cost elements. Okay. And assessment, we need different cost element category. So we will create all of them while using that functionality. For overhead also, we need different cost elements. Okay. So yeah, this is the new change. So each and every whether it is primary or secondary cost element, we need a GL account. Without GL account, we cannot create cost elements. And again, now the cost element and GL account is part of finance. Okay. So if you need any additional cost elements, the CO team has to request finance team. Okay, we need so and so GL accounts for so and so purpose. Could you please create them? You cannot create. I mean, in a test environment, you can create. It doesn't mean, I mean, you cannot create, but that is what the architecture got changed. Okay, whether it is primary or secondary, we need a GL account. Without GL account, we cannot create a cost element. So Yeah, in this way, whenever you book any expenditure to any account, your CO books and your FI books are updated. So everything is reconciled on the. I mean, everything is reconciled at the moment you post it online. So there is no more reconciliation required in FI and CO. All kind of postings will update, whether you book it, whether you do postings in CO, whether you do postings in FI, automatically it gets updated all the books, because now AC Docker is source of truth, right? Whatever you do, everything will goes to your AC Docker table. Earlier, I mean, if you book an expenditure, FI line items used to go to BSEG, CO line items used to go to COEP, COSS tables. Again, I mean, there is no real, now everything, your cost, everything will get updated in AC Docker. Still, BSEG and other tables also will get updated, but all the parameters are still available in AC Docker. So we will get everything on AC Docker table now. Okay. So creating cost elements also, I mean, now again, for this also we have this creating GL accounts. I think they have a Fury app. By using the Fury app also, we create GL accounts, but again, it's not a problem. Nowadays, many projects are using some this what you call MDG, Master Data Governance, or some other tools also using to create the GL accounts, right? So again, it depends. But yeah, we can create either Fury app, or by using SAP GUI, you can create your GL accounts. Okay. So again, I mean, the cost element grouping, again, I mean, when you come to grouping, again, still you can use the old earlier, I mean, previous transactions like KAH1. Okay. So you can use the same existing transactions, but only the cost elements. You cannot use the existing transactions. I mean, you have to use FS00. But creation of cost element groups, still we can use the old one for grouping the cost element. Yeah, there is no change here. Okay. Now we discussed cost centers and GL accounts. Okay. Now activity types. So let's see, any activity types are there here. Okay, I will take one activity. Yeah, for example, if you see here, this is machine hours. One, they created one as a machine activity type. Okay. Here also there is no change. I mean, in the creation of activity master data, there is no change in ECC or S4 HANA. Same. I mean, it's same as ECC. Okay. If you see here, we need to assign for any activity type, we need to assign one secondary cost element. Okay. With category 43. This is the cost element, machine hours. If you see here, 43 is the activity allocation. I mean, if you see here, there are different kind of secondary cost elements. Let's first, we have 43 for activity types. I mean, when you're going to create activity types, we need to select 43 category. For assessments, we need to select 42. For WIP, we need to select 31 and 41. These are the majorly used activity, I mean, secondary cost element groups. We need to remember 31 is for WIP and WIP. This we will discuss in the product costing. Overheads also during product costing we will discuss. 42 during distribution and assessment. I mean, this will be used for allocation of cost from one cost center to another cost centers we use. And 43 internal activity allocation. So this is 43 will be used for activity types. So you can create, I mean, first we have to, for creating activity types, we need to create cost element categories. Sorry, we need to create secondary cost element with category 43. But when comes to activity type creation, the biggest challenge is how many activity types you need. Okay. And again, here the challenge is with the production team. I mean, PP, production planning, right? Production people will always, they will think that they want to use activity type as less as possible. because for them it's easy to maintain their master data because they have to create routing, they have to create work centers, right? In that work centers, they have to assign activity type, and in the routing also, they have to mention the activity type, time, and everything. So in order to make their lives easy, they will try to create one or two activity types. Okay. In most of the cases, what they do, they create simply machine and setup. Okay. Or maybe labor they create. Okay. These three are sufficient for them. But when it comes to controlling, we have a challenge. What happens? I mean, if you create only these cost elements, what happens? In the product costing, the finance people will ask us, I need detailed breakup for this machine. I mean, at least the machine hours, let's say, they're manufacturing one car, okay? For car manufacturing, we use some wheels, okay? Body, gearbox, okay? Other components, okay? So we have some cost here, we have some cost here. Okay, apart from that, machine cost, labor cost, and setup cost, for example. Okay, but what happens if finance business agrees for this breakup? It is fine. But what they will expect, what my machine cost includes. Okay, they want to see for making this product, they want to see the primary cost, because in this example for calculating the machine activity, we use depreciation cost. For labor, we will take salaries. For setup, we need to take some other cost. See, if you create activity types like these three activity types, we only get any product. I mean, if you see the cost of the car, you will see all these product cost and only this cost. But being a CFO or the finance manager, they also would like to know, the controlling persons, they want to know what this machine cost includes. So for making this car, what is the depreciation I'm spending? What is the electricity, or maybe what is the other primary costs, right? So if you restrict your activity types to these only, then we will not get such kind of breakup. Okay, then we have an option is like either we have to create activity type at a depreciation level, one activity type, right? For electricity, we have to create one activity type. Okay, and for labor, nowadays people are not calling as labor; they call it as personal cost. Okay, and environmental cost. Okay, and others. So any business, at least most of the manufacturing business, they'll expect the primary cost split at a product level. This is their minimum requirement at the corporate, or maybe for their contribution margins. All in everywhere they want to see the cost at least like this for each product wise. Okay, if you create more activity types, what happens? Then people will say we will do planning for this, because when you just creating one activity type, it doesn't solve purpose, right? So for that we need to maintain rates. We need to maintain, once we maintain the rates in the production master data, in the work center and the routing, they need to maintain hours. How many depreciation hours, how many electricity hours, how many personal cost hours. For all these, they need to maintain the hours. Okay. Here we will face the challenge with always, PP guys will say, no, we will not create these many activity types. I mean, we will not accept these many activity types. Again, if you create one work center, there is a limitation. Maximum 6 activity types only we can create. Okay, let's say you have from finance side, you have created some 10 activity types. Okay, in that case, one work center can accommodate only 6. In that case, you have to create one more work center. So it means they have to create 2 work centers, and again they have to assign those 2 work centers in the master recipe or maybe routing. For them, it is a challenge from the production planning side. So here we need to discuss with the PP. I mean, we need to involve the production planning team and the finance team. Okay. When I say finance, it's controlling, the controlling team, and the PP side from the, I mean, PP consultant and CO consultant together. They have to discuss and they have to come to a common understanding how collaboratively we can, meet this requirement. I mean, we have to satisfy the finance department requirement, and also we need to as part of the data harmonization and data cleansing, we need to maintain as less as, I mean, the master data set. I mean, these all should be very less. So here from finance side, there are 2 options. We will discuss that again. I mean, how we can achieve this detailed breakup. Okay. Or else if the business is happy with these 3 activity types and this cost, we are also very good. I mean, we are also very happy and our lives also will be easy. But the problem will come if they want to see the detailed breakup. I mean, if they want to see the primary cost breakup, then we will have a challenge by defining activity type. Okay. So in from finance side, we have a concept called primary cost component split. By using that split, we can get this breakup, even though we have less activity types. That we will discuss in product costing. But just I'm giving, this is the complex scenario where when we are defining activity types. So we have to be in touch with the PP and the controlling management and production planning management, and we have to discuss this activity type all together. Otherwise, it will be a never-ending story. You will have a lot of fights in your project between PP and you. Once we create the activity types, there are 2 options. For activity type, directly you can maintain the rate. Okay. For example, you have created machine cost, labor cost, setup cost as activity types. Okay. For these activity types, you can maintain per hour rate like 10 euro, 5 euro, 6 euro, something like that. Okay. This is one way. And also you can calculate the rate, meaning we will do the planning, the primary cost. At this level, we do the plan primary cost. Okay. At this level, we will maintain the hours. Then for machine activity, we need to build a relation between, I mean, for what all the cost elements we need to use for calculating the machine activity type. For labor, what cost element we need to use. For setup cost element we need to use. Then we will calculate the rate in the system. That also possible. Either way, I mean, some business will directly maintain the cost. Some people will do the planning and they will ask to system to generate the price. I mean, calculate the rate. That rate they will use it for product costing. Okay. Both the options are available. Either you can directly maintain the rate by using KP26 transaction. In the KP26, if you go to KP26, yeah, here with the combination of cost center and activity type. Okay. Yeah. So once we create our activity types, and that time I will show you how to maintain the rates and everything. So we have an option. Either you can maintain the rate directly or you can calculate the price separately. Okay. But maintaining rate also, we have Fury app. By using the Fury app, you can maintain the rate. Or else, I mean, the calculation part. Again, for calculation also, we have a Fury app. But here there is no change. I mean, in S4 HANA for activity type creation or maintaining rates, there is no change. I mean, what we have in ECC, same we have in S4 HANA. But for the planning part, okay, to plan this primary cost and plan the quantities, SAP introduced a Fury app called Import Plan Financial Data, okay, where you can upload your all data by using Excel templates. In ECC, we don't have that option. If you want to do your planning, you have to create Excel templates, or you have to use the BDC program to upload this plan financial data. Okay. Now in S4, we no need to do that. We have a Fury app, I mean, where you can download a template from that. You can add the currency. Again, there will be another challenge in the primary cost planning. You know, right? When you are using one controlling area with multiple company codes, by default, system will take the group currency as this activity rates. Everything will be in group currency, because controlling area always takes the group currency or controlling area currency. But business want the object currency or company code currency in the activity types when they are loading their data. So that is also not available in Excel templates in ECC. I mean, we can create our own templates, and there you have to do some modifications to upload the data in the object currency or company code currency. But now we no need to do that anymore. We have an Excel template where you can add, if you know ACDOCA fields already, we have KSL, HSL, some currency types are there, right? So by using that, you can tell the system which field exactly you want to update, whether you want to update HSL or KSL or some SL. So you can mention in the Excel file itself, you can do it. Okay, I will show you the Excel template also. I will check first whether that Fury apps are working or not. Okay, then I will show you how to do the planning as well.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the new asset accounting approach in SAP S for HANA Finance 2023? Option A, parallel valuation in a single ledger. Option B, multiple asset ledgers. Option C, separate depreciation books. Option D, historical cost only. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become an expert in finance management? Our SAP S for HANA Finance 2023 course is perfect for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn everything about SAP S for HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for handling financial processes, from planning budgets to managing costs efficiently. We cover the basics and advanced techniques. Our experts, who have years of experience, have designed the course to ensure the best learning experience. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, ready to guide and answer your questions. Our students love the course and have seen real improvements in their skills. And the best part? It's super affordable, offering incredible value without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP S for HANA Finance? Sign up today. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details and get started now.
Management business process overview. I mean, what are all the subcomponents of management accounting and cost centers, cost elements, activity types. Okay, so now we will try to create some of the master data in the system. This is the company code I have created. Our company code is IN10, chart of accounts IN10, fiscal year variant as K4. Remaining all I have taken from that 0001. I have not created anyone. Just I copied what it is there in 0001. Okay, and I have also created the controlling area. Okay, this is the controlling area I have created. Okay, so cost centers active, order management, everything is active. I think you might already, some of the guys might have already created the controlling area and everything. But when you are working on a CO project, when you are trying to create a new controlling area, fiscal year here, right? So generally what happens, sometimes we will give fiscal year as like if you are doing implementation like 2024, or maybe you will give like 2021 or 2020, or sometimes you will give the 2024. This will create problems later on when if you are going for SCM or HCM, the human what is this? No, it called as success factors, right? So if they are going for a success factors implementation, then you will have a problem. Why the problem arise? Let's say you have created the controlling area from 2020, okay, but that company was started, let's say in 2000, okay. Let's say some employees are working in the company since 2000. When you are creating the employee master data, it will expect a cost center, okay, for the employee master data to link it. In that case, what happens? They cannot create their master data since this controlling area is not available in 2000. It's available from 2020. Then again, you have to extend this controlling area to previous years. It will not stop you to extend, but my suggestion would be try to create, whenever you are going for any implementation, try to create the controlling area from beginning, like 1900 or something, so that you will not have any problem in the future when the business is going for success factor implementation. And I have assigned this company code IN10 to this controlling area, okay. And I have taken here, there are two options: controlling area same as company code, and cross company code cost accounting. Meaning, if you select this option, controlling area same as company code, you can assign only one company code to one controlling area. Okay. If you select the second one, cross company code cost accounting active. Okay. In this case, what happens? You can have one controlling area with multiple company codes provided. The chart of accounts and fiscal year variant of those company codes are same. And currency type. Currency, while using the second option, we should be very careful with the currency type as well, because you have different currency types here. For example, company code currency. If you use this first option, like here, controlling area same as company code currency, then probably you can use it as 10 as a company code currency. Okay. And 30. If you remember, in ECC, we used to have 20 also as a currency. Okay, but now it's not available anymore. In the controlling area currency, we used to have 20. Okay, now that is not available anymore. And this 30 group currency, it's better to use always 30 as a group currency. Okay, then again, it depends. That group currency in system by default, it will be USD. Okay. In some cases, you may need to change it to euro. Then you have to the currency setups in the server level. You have to change the 30 currency as euro. If you are working for any European-based company, then probably you have to create this currency as euro. Otherwise, if your corporate is US, then you have to make it as USD. It depends. What group currency they would like to have it. Okay. So if you define 30 here, so that generally, when you are going for material ledger implementation, also what happens? You will have 10 as a company code currency and 30 as group currency. Apart from 10 and 30, if business may want to use another valuation like profit center valuation or a group valuation. Okay, if they want to use group valuation, then you have to use 31 in material ledger. If they want to go for profit center valuation, they have to go to 32 or something. Okay, that we will discuss during material ledger configuration, the currency setup and everything. But as of now, I have taken controlling area currency as 10 and I defined it as USD. And also I have taken company code currency as USD as of now. Okay. Okay. So activity based costing is not active here. Okay. But it's part of S4 HANA. But in future, I don't know whether you might heard about it or not. SAP is coming up with another version called another concept called universal parallel accounting, UPA. Provide one note to you in the UPA. SAP clearly mentioned what are all the components they are going to miss in UPA and what are the benefits they are getting. And I'll probably find a note where they have clearly defined the scope. Okay, from FI to I would say even in SAP Help also you will get it in the universal parallel accounting. What are all the new changes from asset accounting to till COPA? Each and every module, sub-module, what are the changes they are bringing up and what are the functionalities we are going to miss? As of now, in the initial version of UPA at least, some of the functionalities are missing. That is available. I will share it with you all probably tomorrow class. But yeah, it is available. But what SAP is suggesting, don't recommend clients to use activity-based costing. Okay, because they're not doing any kind of enhancements or improvements in the area of activity-based costing in S4 HANA. As of now, all the functions are available. If you want to use ABC costing, you can use it. Yeah, but as of now, I have not activated it. It's not required for me. Yeah, before creating cost center, I will show you one thing. Okay, UON. Like this is 0001. Okay, so this is the standard hierarchy. You might know about it already. We can have only one standard hierarchy in controlling area, one controlling area. Okay, and then probably you might know already, right? So now everyone is going for consolidations, right? So that's what in legacy they might have different controlling areas and different company codes. Okay, now some of the clients are going for again for the greenfield kind of implementations, because if you are using again different company codes and different controlling area, again it'll be little bit challenging for the consolidation and group reporting and all, right? So for that purpose, nowadays, most of the clients are going for one controlling area with multiple company codes. Okay, so in that case, what happens? We will create the standard hierarchy at a controlling area level. In the standard hierarchy, if let's say we have some 15-20 company codes are there, for all the company codes, you will create here the top groups, right? For example, here create group lower level. For example, I have created SAP AG as the group, and under that, let's say we have company code ABC. Okay, under this you can create one more, like so. For me, this is the group. So I will, yeah, in the group I enter. I've created company code also for me. I enter, but generally, we will create like this. ABC XYZ. In this again, they will create further grouping and whatever they need. All else, they may create this structure based on their business. For example, let's say, in Tata itself, they have so many business units, right? Tata Power, Tata Insurance, and Steel, etc. So many, Tata Motors, all those, right? So they can create different business units likewise also they can create, or else company code wise also they can create, so that they can, from a consolidation purpose, they can see their overall cost at a group level. Okay, so you can create cost centers, and when create, I think you already know I have created one cost center. So while creating the cost center, as I said earlier, this is the maximum limit is like 10 characteristics. In that, first 4 characteristics I have taken as my company code, IN 10, or else some companies, some follows the first 2 digits as uh, company code characteristics, and second one is like, see, every organization they follow some codings, like 1 is production, 2 is finance, 3 is for HR. Likewise, they define like their constitution, where they you know write all their rules. For master data, what rules we have to follow; for GL account naming, what rules we have to follow; for material master, what rules we have to follow. So every big organizations, they have some rule book. As per the rule book, they will define their, they'll name their cost centers, GL accounts, and everything. So just here I have taken this one, and PRD one as production one, I have created one cost center. Okay, so compared to ECC S4 HANA, there is no changes in the cost center master data. Okay, same cost transaction KS01 you can use, and also you can use a Fury app to create the cost center. Okay, standard hierarchy, we can create only one standard hierarchy, but parallelly you can create, if you want. Why we need this standard hierarchy is, we need it. It's a requirement field from the technical perspective, and also it's like it tell you the whole organization structure of your company or your group, or your the project organization structures. Apart from these, you can create several alternative hierarchies, okay, for reporting purpose. When you are executing the cost center report, okay, there you have an option to enter the cost center or the group or the main group or subgroup. Okay, so for that purpose, you can create n number of alternative groups, and some of the groups also you can use it in the configuration. So for that purpose also, we can create n number of groups, and those groups can be deleted and edited anytime. Okay, so that there won't be any configuration changes are required. So for that purpose, we can create n number of groups as per the business requirement. Okay, so cost center groups you can create from here, or else we have another transaction called controlling cost center accounting master data cost center individual processing cost center group. Here, from here also we can create the cost center group. For example, I am creating IN10 underscore production PRD. Okay, this is the production cost center group I would like to create. Okay, production. Okay, for this I would like to add one cost center. Okay, this is available here. Now again, let's go to the hierarchy. Okay, U1. Yeah, that group is not available here. Okay, I have created the production IN10 underscore PRD, but it is not available here. Okay, if I want, I think I can assign here. Yeah, in the IN10 again, we can create subgroups like create group lower level. Okay, like production. Production we have already created, right? Let's say create finance. now I've created this cost center, so we can assign to this cost center also here. Yeah, now I have assigned the production cost center in the production group. Okay, this grouping also you can name it, because if you just create finance, then we don't know under which function it is. So probably before the group, you can again add the company code, 2 digits code or 4 digit codes before the production also. So I mean, before this group names also for the clear understanding. But when you are defining this group, you have to discuss with the controllers, business controllers. So yeah, as per their wish, we need to define this, and we need to suggest them how it looks like. But they are aware of it, well aware of this, and it's very important for their reporting. Okay. From here also you can create, for example, if you want to create one cost center, IN10 FIN fin. Okay. Okay. So okay, I got created here, but I would like to move it to finance. So I've created one cost center in finance and one cost center in production. Okay. So these two cost centers, probably we can create few more later, but yeah, we can use this cost center for our testing purpose. Okay. Or else let me create one more in the production itself. Copy. Whenever, I mean, it's quite common to change the validity date of the cost center. Okay. What happens, let's say I have created the cost center from beginning of the year. Okay. Let's say when you are doing your data migration, open POs, for example. Okay. You are migrating your open POs or some other any GL balances or something from the previous year. Okay. In that case, what happens if you this cost center is valid from 1/1/2024, but you are uploading your, let's say, I mean, GL data, most of the clients, they may ask to upload, especially this costs balance, no one is asked, but some of the clients will ask. Or else, I mean, PO is quite common. Okay. They will take open POs from last 10 years also, they will upload into the system, new system. Okay. In that case, what happened? Let's say the PO is created in 2022, but your cost center is it's from 2024. In that case, it will not allow. I mean, PO upload migration cockpit will fail, and it cannot host. I mean, upload the PO as the cost center is never available, not available. Then generally, what we will do, we can extend this period from here. Set analysis frame from here. You can assign here, and also we can assign from KS01 transaction code, KS02. From here also you can. Okay, from here also you can assign. There is an analysis period. I mean, if you go to the change mode, this analysis period will come here also. From here also you can change it, but the recommended way is to you come here, do it from here, so that what happens if you change from here in the master data table, it will create multiple entries. It will show two cost centers. Okay, whenever you are trying to select that cost center in any of your postings, then it will show two cost centers in the selection. Okay, with the same name. So again, user will get confused. Why? I mean, there are two cost centers because the validity dates are different for those two cost centers. So always better idea is to change the date from here so that it will not create multiple entries in your database table. Okay. I mean, it will not create any problems during I mean, the actual postings to this particular cost center and the selections. Okay. Yeah. For cost centers, I think, I mean, as we discussed, right, for a load, you can use that LTMC, or else if you want, you can create LSNW, but it's provided, it's whether we need to check, I mean, at the project management level, what approach they're following for master data migration. Okay. Any doubts so far for the cost center master data? Yeah, it's pretty much simple. Now let's go to cost element. Okay, if you see here, earlier in ECC, if you have in front of ECC system, you can check. In cost element account, if you go here, you will have multiple transaction codes like KA01, KA02, JA3, everything. But now, no more KA01, KA02, KA06. Okay, it's simply FS00. So whenever you want to create a cost element, directly it will take through your FS00. Okay. So now, so I have created one cost element. Okay. So here, I mean, the new change in a earlier GL account, these options are not available, like whether it is primary cost, revenue cost, this aggregation was not there. This is the new step in S4, where we have only account group earlier, but this GL tech account type also came now. You have to select whether it is balance sheet account, okay, or secondary cost, primary cost, or non-operating expense or income. So I have taken as a primary cost or revenue. Here account groups. This is our choice. You can create your own groups as per the business requirement. I have created 4 groups: assets, rather 5, expenses, liabilities, revenues, and secondary costs. Okay, I've created here. I have selected expenses group. Okay, I have taken this 50001 as a salaries. Controlling data, if you go here, so here you will assign the cost element category. In ECC, you won't see this screen. I mean, we have to create them separately. Probably you will get edit cost element, something, one tab we used to have here in ECC. If you click there, and it will take through you the cost element creation screen. But now it's not available anymore. For example, I'm selecting primary cost element, expenses. For example, different. If you see here, this is mandatory field. So when you are creating your GL account itself, you have to enter the cost element category. Okay. In the upload template, we have that option. I mean, whether it is cost element or not, based on your account type, you have to select that. Okay, field status group G04 cost accounts. Okay, and another challenge in GL account. See, for GL account, there is no time bound. That means there is no validity period. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, if you create this GL account, for example, Control C, if I go to the master data, this is 16. CSK. So another problem is like, for cost elements, we have a validity period, but whereas for GL accounts, there is no validity periods. Okay, if you see here, the validity, I mean, what is this? Settings, user parameters, label. This is created on but CSKB. Let me go to CSKB. See here, if you see, okay, now it is valid from. Yeah, now I mean looks like in the this is the latest version. Here they have did the change. So earlier what happens, whenever I create at least in 2022 till 2022, when we create a cost element, system used to take validity date as from the like start of the year. Okay. Let's say in 2024 or maybe today's date, the validity from, and validity 2 is like 99, but this validity from it used to take from the start of the period or maybe the creation date. Then when you again when you are trying to post the previous years or previous months, let's say you have created this month, starting from this month, or maybe you have created the GL account today. If I want to use something in the, let's say we are in May, right? You have created some GL account in May, but I would like to do the cost center planning and everything from the beginning of the year. Okay. In that case, we used to have a problem. This GL account is not available in, cost element is not available in controlling area. So for that, SAP has suggested a note to extend the dates, but I think it's not required anymore. Looks like they have adjusted the date by default to your controlling area date. Yeah, it's a good thing. Okay, so likewise, we can create the cost elements here only, from this screen itself. Okay, now we will try to create one secondary cost element also. I created yesterday this one. Let's create one. 943. So secondary cost elements, it's again depends upon your view and sometimes there will be controllers also suggest the naming convention from for the secondary cost elements, but my suggestion would be like use a unique number which is not part of any of these expenses, revenue, or assets, liabilities, all those. Let's say you have consumed from 1 to 6. Take series 7 as cost element for the secondary cost elements number. If you consume all the numbers till 7, then take it 8, or else take 9. Take a unique series which is not used for any other category, so that it will be useful for us when we are selecting something, like when you are creating the costing sheet or when you are creating assessment cycles. It will be easy for us to understand, okay, whether this cost element is secondary or primary or something else. So yeah, likewise you can take 6, 9, or any number you can take for that matter, but I prefer always like 9 or any number which is not being used in other cases. So 9, and the second would be take the category of the cost element, because in secondary cost element we have different categories as we discussed yesterday, like 41, 42, 43, 31, etc. Try to mention this number, the category somewhere in this account, whether it is starting in the starting. Some guys, what they will do, 9, some people will use 10-digit code. Okay, in that case also they have some kind of naming, like they may use it for overheads. They will have different numbers, Z, B. Again, as per the rule book, they will create their master data. But time being, what we will do, let's say 9 is the secondary cost element, 43 is the category. Okay, and 100 I have taken for machinery. Let's say 200, I will take it. 943, 200. Okay, secondary cost. Here you have to select this secondary cost, and you have to select this one, And second one, I will use it as labor or personnel. Control data. Here you need to mention the category again. 43 is for internal activity allocation. This 43 category, as we discussed yesterday, right? So we use it for activity types creation. For activity type, we need to use 43 category. For activity type, also select record quantity. Here also cost accounts. Okay. So this is the change in S4. Like as we discussed yesterday, also we discussed the same thing. The cost elements now we need to create from the GL account itself. I mean, there is no separate screen for creating cost elements. By making this change, the FI and CO are integrated, so there won't be any reconciliation. Every time it's like online reconciliation, so we no need to calculate any reconciliation. I mean, or we don't need to run any reconciliation programs or so and so forth. So whenever you post anything, like if you post in some general JV in finance, it will get updated to CO. At the same time, if you post something in CO, it will also update to FI. Okay. Now cost element, we also need to create cost element groups, right? So groups, there is no change. Again, you can go to controlling, cost element accounting, master data, cost element group, KAH1. So here you can create, for example, IN10 underscore total cost. Okay. So here, I mean, you can create the group, what kind of, I mean, how they want to look, because these groups are again useful for reporting purpose and also some of the configuration purpose. So you can create, say, lower level, for example, primary cost. Okay, primary cost. Okay, same level. Under primary cost, you have like material consumptions, everything you can create. For example, if you need lower level, material cost. Okay.
What is the difference between same level, lower level options, Lakshman?
Yeah, I mean, this is the highest node in the total cost. And again, in that, you have primary cost, secondary cost, right?
Okay.
Okay, so you can create like here primary. I will create one more same level here, like secondary. Okay, let me first complete this one. Materials and manufacturing cost. Okay, in any organization, you will have different kind of costs, right? So total cost is the main group. Under the subgroup, you may have like primary, and also you have secondary cost. Same like secondary. Or else, I mean, here you can define your I mean, the cost element group as per the business requirement, or also sometimes, we need to create cost element group some configuration purpose also, or else yeah, configuration purpose, or else for reporting purpose also. Sometimes we may need to execute a report, and you want to see the cost of the report. I mean, particular cost elements, cost only you want to see. In that case, you can create a group, or you can pick it some group from here, and you can use this group for reporting purpose. Same level. I mean, here it is lower level, means in this level you can have multiple further levels. Okay, these are two levels are at same level, like primary and secondary division. And under primary, I have material cost, under I have manufacturing cost, and secondary cost I can have some kind of indirect overheads or some kind of assessment cost, etc. So you can assign those cost elements here. Or else, if you don't want this secondary primary bifurcation, simply you can create under total cost, you can create multiple divisions like materials, manufacturing cost, assessments cost, okay, depreciation, salaries, etc. Because in salaries also you will have different kind of GL accounts, right? And depreciation also you will have multiple GL accounts for depreciation. And repairs and maintenance, under repairs and maintenance also you will have different GL accounts. So likewise, what are the GL account types accounts you are using? All the accounts you will create as a group, so that when you are executing any report, you can refer that group. Okay, for the reporting also, in the drill down report you will get that reports, I mean the details in the tree manner. Okay, in this group there is no change, only thing is in the cost element creation, but group, I mean in S4 ECC S4 both are same. Okay, I mean when you select the category, right? So if you select the category here, for example, if you select primary cost or revenue, then it will show you, for example, here I have selected primary cost or revenue. Then if I go here, it will show you the cost element categories which are belongs to the primary ones. We have primary cost and secondary cost, right? So if you see here, primary, we have different cost elements: 0, 1, 0, 3, 0, 4, 0, 4, 11, 12, and 22. These are the primary cost elements. Okay, we will use these cost elements for different purposes. For example, 0, 1 is expense, 11 is revenue, 12 is sales deductions. Some accruals also, you can use some of the cost elements. And this is for external settlement. This will be used in the internal order, okay, where you want to do not only internal order, any settlement. If you want to use an external settlement, then you will use this one. But if you select the secondary cost elements, see here it will show the cost element categories belongs to secondary. Okay, here the category is second, I mean the account type is secondary. Okay, so it will disclose only secondary related. In S4 ECC, the biggest challenge is like reconciliation between FI and CO, especially in the area of profitability reporting. I mean the P&L and everything, right? So where we used to have what we used to have. I mean, most of the clients used to use the costing based COPA, right?
Yes.
So because of that, it's very difficult to compare your revenue or cost or with your FI books. Okay, because in costing based COPA you use the value fields. In our FI we use GL accounts.
Yes.
Okay, then it's not possible to compare apple to apple, right? So there we are using a different attributes, and here it is a different attribute. Then it's always a tough challenge for the business. So that's what I mean. SAP came up with a solution like they're not going to use costing based COPA anymore. I mean, the solution is available in the system. It's up to you whether you want to use it, but they made accounting profitability analysis mandatory. That means whatever you do in your FI, right, by default, it will update to your COPA or your finance automatically. And in S4 also, by doing that, everything. I mean, whatever you post to your GL account, it will update to CO.
That is
Right?
fine, because we are talking about the GL account, right? But my question towards to this GL account type, what is the additional feature it is giving me here?
But I mean, if you don't define it, then how you will define? I mean, let's say it's not available here.
No,
It's good. It's good, right? I mean, you can bifurcate your accounts. I mean, the accounts also in by selecting this, you will get to know, right, what kind of account it is. Whether it is balance sheet. Otherwise, I mean, it's very difficult. It's not there. Simply, let's assume you have here the group only there. Based on that group only, you will come to know. But if you not selected here, but this screen also will get affected, right? I mean, it has to disclose all the cost element categories and everything. And for whether it is, I mean, for each and every account, it has to disclose everything, right? So now, for example, if you select balance sheet here, one second, yeah, balance sheet, we will create one account. Okay, balance sheet accounting you have created, like assets. So this screen itself, it's disappear. Otherwise, what happens? I mean, if you create this again, it has to disclose the whole thing again here, right?
Yeah, whole thing it will create.
Yeah, I mean,
in ECC.
to be honest,
We are happy.
technical. I mean, there could be some technical challenges as well while defining the screens and everything, right? I mean, for us, it's showing the simple screen, but from their perspective, there could be some technical challenges also could be there. But as a functional wise, I mean, while defining, at least for us, it's easy. Like whether it is this account, that's what I know. But there could be some technical challenges as well in the background while defining these screens. Okay, let me create one more cost element for setup here. 43,300. Okay, so we have created 3 cost elements with category 43. These 3 cost elements, we use it for okay, expenses. Let me create few more cost elements so that we can use them for planning directly. Then next I will try to do the planning, how we will do the planning in controlling. So let me copy some of the accounts. Okay, so I've created a couple of cost elements like salaries, rent, power, fuel, gas, environmental cost, traveling, depreciation, and maintenance. Okay. So secondary costs, I have created 3 cost elements like machine cost, labor, personnel. I have created one as cash as a asset. Okay. Now, before going to planning, we will try to create this activity type master, or because planning there are 2 options I would like to tell you. So I'm just thinking which one. Let's go. Okay, for now let's go with normal planning. Then we will discuss later with the activity type. Okay. Okay. So before going to the topic, any other questions? Okay, I will take it as no. Then okay. So as we discussed yesterday, business will do planning. Okay, in the cost center accounting. I mean, in the cost center, they do yearly planning. Okay, start of the year, they will do some planning for all the primary cost. Okay, so that they can compare their actuals month on month or maybe quarterly or yearly, and they can adjust their forecast planning or forecasting as per the actuals. I mean, if the actuals are more or less, then they will compare. I mean, in the area of rent or power or whatever it may be, the cost is increased. Then they will see the reasons for that, why it got increased, and accordingly adjust their budgets. Okay, so some people, planning, just they do planning, not normal planning, forecasted planning they do, and some businesses also do planning for keeping mind in the production, production related cost only they do planning. Okay, when I say production related cost, we have these three cost elements, right? So these are the secondary cost elements, and these, let's say, I mean, time being, these are also activity types, okay, in the production product costing. So they will do planning against these activity types also. Okay, so meaning with reference to this activity type and this cost element, they do a planning. Okay, or else they'll do, I mean, that's what, there are two kind of planning. One is dependent planning, another one is independent planning. Meaning independent planning means I will do my planning all primary cost. Okay, and I will do planning for these activity types, hours, I mean, the kept hours, right? I mean, machine hours, labor hours, setup hours in a particular year or a month for this activity type. That is, I will do my planning separately. Like I will plan my hours here, or else I would say capacity here. I will plan my cost here. Okay, all these primary cost elements. Then I will calculate the rate. Okay, but for that we need to build a relationship between, for machine cost, for the machine activity type, what are all the cost elements we need to use. For example, in yesterday's example, we have discussed it, right? For machine hour, I mean, for machine cost, we calculate, I mean, generally we consider depreciation and maintenance cost for the machine, or else, I mean, even fuel also we can consider, or power also you can consider for machine activity type. Okay, labor, salaries, labor or personal, generally salaries we will consider for labor. Setup, we can consider all of the cost elements or some of the cost elements also you consider, because setup includes everything. You can consider some portion of salaries for setup and some portion of powers, everything for the setup activity. Okay, so likewise we need to build a relationship for what activity type we use and labor what we use, etc. Okay, so first we will try to do the independent planning. Okay, now we have a transaction code called KP06 to do the planning. Okay, so in ECC also we have the same thing. We have to select version here. Okay, period 1, period 12, 2024. See here, by default it's taking this group, but here you can mention the cost center, or you can group. For example, I will plan the cost for the finance cost center. Okay, here if you see here, it is asking activity type also. So I told, right, I mean, there are two kind of planning possibilities are available: cost center and activity type. Cost element together we can do the planning, or else we will do cost center and cost element. Let's say, I mean, first we will do this one, later we will. Okay, if you see here, plan fixed cost. Okay, the variable cost, column is disabled. what variable cost. Yeah, because if you select activity type, then this also will be available. I mean, so that you can plan both variable and fixed cost. Okay, since we are not selected, the variable is by default it's grayed out. So you can do only fixed cost planning here. For example, we will do some amounts here, like 10,000, 9,000, 6,000. It is 11,000. So here, distribution, because I have selected 1 to 12 periods. Okay, then I'm saying system equally distribute to all the periods. Select one. Okay. If I enter this one, see, for all periods, system is distributing this salaries to like 833 euros everywhere. Somewhere it is registered the decimal notation like 33, 34. But yeah, it is equally distributing everywhere. Let's see whether it is okay. Change data has been posted. Okay, now we have done the planning, primary cost planning for the cost center finance. Let's see the report. Okay, if you see here, the cost, the whole cost is posted in the plan cost. The actual cost is still blank in finance cost center. Okay, you have 55,000 USD as the cost. It will show the plan cost. When you post your actuals, it will show your actual cost here, and it will show the variance and variance percentage in the cost centers report. Okay. So while executing the report, I'm telling you, right? So either you can enter the cost center group or else value. You can restrict the parameters here. Here also you can enter the cost element group or cost element value. If you don't enter anything, it will disclose everything. Let's say I will select IN10 as a group. See, it's bringing the IN10 SAP AG finance. If you have some cost in the production cost center, it will bring the cost to production cost center as well. Okay, here you will have the production cost center node. I mean the production cost center group. Under the production cost center, you see the production cost center information. So you will have the drill down option. I mean, you can see the total cost finance wise. In finance, if you have multiple cost centers, you can see that the whole cost of the cost center. In production wise, you can see the cost here. KP26 and KP06 and KP26. In KP26, we will enter the rates, and KP06, we will enter the cost.
Okay.
Once we create this one, no, we can able to enter. I mean, see the KP26 also. M100. Okay, let's say this is machine. Machine activity unit, we keep it as our cost center categories. You can enter store, activity type, manual entry, manual allocation. Here we need to assign the cost element. For example, we have created the machine cost, right? Okay, so here the most important thing is the activity unit. You have to select, I mean, either hour or minute. Okay, but while defining the activity types, discuss with the PP consultants, because in work center they will define again the activity unit. Sometimes what they will do, they maintains in minutes, and if you do in hours, I mean in general there won't be any problem, but sometimes what happens while doing the conversions, right? I mean hours to minutes conversion, because let's say they in decimals also sometimes they will maintain. In that case, there will be some decimal deviations will be there in the cost calculations. So in order to mitigate those kind of small decimal deviations, better to maintain activity unit with reference. I mean, what activity unit they are maintaining. Okay, if they maintain PC, we also maintain PC. Okay, if they maintain kg, we also maintain kg. But I mean, these activity types generally we will be either hours or minutes because it's time, right? But some of the activities they will create with different unit of measures. Same measures we need to maintain here. Okay, so if they maintain hours, we also need to maintain hours. If they maintain minutes, we need to maintain minutes. That would be easy while doing the calculations and everything. Otherwise, there will be some small decimal deviations will be there, and it's very difficult later on. Okay. M100. Second one. Yeah. Okay. P100. This is labor or personal. Let's name it as personal. Okay, hours. Category is this one. Here we have to assign the cost element. Okay, now if I enter the cost element, I mean the activity type here, for example, machine. Okay, so for machine, what I will do, I would like to plan. I mean, as we discussed earlier, right? So let's say for machine activity rate, we are using, I mean, we will use depreciation and maintenance cost, let's, for example. So can machine depreciation and maintenance. Okay. So what I have selected here. Well, let me select one cost center also, production related one. Okay. Now, if you see here, for the whole year, I am doing production for the production cost center. Okay. And for the activity type machine, I am planning depreciation and maintenance cost. Okay. Errors occur during testing of field quantity activity. Okay. So before this, doing this planning, we need to enter activity hours first in the KP26. Then only it will allow you to do planning for the activity type. So for example, if you go to KP26, okay, onto this is the production area. So if you see here, plan activity, here you have fixed price and variable price. Okay. And the cost element also came here from the assignment, and this is the pricing unit. So here you have two options for activity type. I mean, yesterday also we discussed, right? So for the activity types, you can directly enter the rate per hour. For example, I will enter here $10 per hour. Okay, this is one option. If you want to maintain variable price also, like my fixed price is $10 and variable price is $10. I mean $5. You can maintain directly price here. Some of the clients will follow this approach. They don't want to calculate. I mean, they don't want to do the planning and calculate the rate in the system. Rather, they will do some offline Excel calculations. Okay. Okay. My because they know, I mean, what is their depreciation, maintenance, and everything. What is their capacity? It's very easy for them to calculate outside system, and they will arrive the rates like, okay, my machine hour rate per hour, if this machine runs for hour $10, that is a fixed price. This fixed price consists of, for example, depreciation or whatever, repairs, maintenance, some variable prices like electricity and all. They calculate offline calculations, then they will enter the price here. Okay, directly they will enter the price, so that there won't no need of primary cost at the production cost center level. This price they can use it for in the product costing for the cost calculations and everything. This is one option. Okay, and simple option. Okay, otherwise what they will do, they will enter the capacity here. I mean, capacity, when I say this, not this capacity, generally we will not use this capacity, this plan activity quantity. Here we will enter, for example, this machine will run in a particular year like 3,000 hours, or maybe 3,600 hours in the year, or maybe 36,000. Let's keep less number. Okay. Okay, what I have done in this machine will work 3,600 hours in a particular period. I mean, now we will distribute. So each month it will work like 300 hours in a month. This machine will work. I mean, 300 hours in the month it will work. Likewise, we will enter the machine quantity here. Okay. Now, if you go here, yeah, if you see here, this plan variable cost is available now. Okay. So here, what it will give you for this production cost center. Okay, for the activity type machine. Okay, I am going to use these two cost elements. Okay, one is what? Depreciation and maintenance. Okay, here I have an option. Let's say depreciation and maintenance, I will maintain fixed cost. Okay, yesterday somebody asked me also, right? So let me select one more thing here. Depreciation, maintenance. Okay, I will create one simple group. Okay, machine cost. Do we have that already or no? KAH1. I will create a cost element group like machine. Okay, machine cost. Cost element. Depreciation. Maintenance. Now, fuel also I would look, power, let's say power also I would like to use in the machine cost. I would like to include power. So here, instead of this cost elements, what I will give? Cost element group. Okay, if I see here, now you can plan your depreciation and maintenance cost as a fixed cost here. Okay. Like this is 10,000. Let's say this make 12,000, and this is 9,000. One. Okay. Whereas I would like to maintain my fuel. Okay, I mean the electricity as variable cost. For example, here I will maintain 6,000. USD. Okay. Okay. Now, if you go to the cost center report again, let me add to this favorites. Okay. Earlier I told you, right? I mean, if you select the group, system will disclose the report in a structured manner. Like at the age, I mean, group level, you can see the total cost as 82,000 euros. I mean, dollars. This is the finance cost. If you click on here, it will show the total finance cost. In the production cost, it will show you like this 27,000. So if you see here, depreciation, maintenance, power we have planned for the production cost center, that is 6,000, 12,000, 9,000. But here you will not see whether it is variable or fixed. Okay, you will see the total cost. We don't have, that whether it is fixed or variable, we will not see here. Okay, you only see in the product costing or else in the KP06. There you can see, but here you cannot see whether it is fixed cost in this report at least. I mean, the cost center report, you cannot see whether it's fixed cost and variable cost, but some other reports you may get it. But when you calculate the rate, okay, now what we have done for the production cost center. Okay, before that, are you following or still you have some doubts or questions on this part? I mean, till now what we have done in the planning. Okay, now you have here the cost. So now what we have done, we have done the planning for the cost center, production cost center with reference to activity type. First, we have done the activity plan. I mean, quantity planning means the machine capacity. I mean, the in the I mean, the production people and the business people, right? They always say they say capacity, but don't get confused with the capacity in the here. The capacity also one more field. Here also we have capacity, right? Don't confuse with the capacity. When you say capacity, this they call it as a capacity. When you are going for business discussions with the controllers and the production people, they call this time as capacity. That means the machine capacity during a month, how many hours it can run. Okay, that they call it as capacity. So that capacity we will enter here. It is nothing but machine hours per month or per year. Okay, so here we have entered the machine hours in the KP26 transaction. In the KP06 transaction, we have entered the plan primary cost with reference to cost center, activity type, and cost element. Okay, so now we have plan cost and we have plan quantity. Okay, in the report itself, you can see, for example, here you have the plan cost, and also you have the plan capacity here. I mean, the plan activity quantity is 3,600. Okay. Now, when you calculate your activity rate, what happens? This 27,000 will be divided by 3,600. Okay. And you will get the per hour rate. Okay. Now we will do the transaction. Okay. To calculate the rate, the transaction code is KSPI. Same as ECC, no change. Okay. Till this process at least. Cost center, all cost centers. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, or else we will take the production cost center group. Why to take all ones? So production. Okay, if you see here, so 3,600. $27,000 and 3,600, right? 3,600. divided by 3,600. So $7.5 per hour. Okay. So here 7,500 it came. That means it is for 1,000 units. Okay. If you consider, I mean, the 7,500 divided by 1,000 units, it's $7.5. It's coming correct, right? So it comes to 7.5. Or else let me make a change. No. Settings here not optimized. Save. Yeah. If you see here, it came for price unit as 1. Okay. So generally business, they'll maintain sometimes the price unit as 1,000. Okay. So some activity types really are in decimals. Okay. $0.5 or 0.5 cents or 0.6 cents or 0.2 cents, something like that. In that case, what happens? They will maintain the rate for 1,000 quantity so that it will give you the correct figure. So in the cost calculations and everything, it will give you the right pictures. So it's better. I mean, it depends upon what kind of rates you have, and your rates are if really small, then it's better to maintain in the unit is 1,000. Okay. So here 7.5 is the total rate. In that fixed price is 5.83. Here it's not showing the variable. Now we will go to the variable portion. Then we will see choose layout or change layout. Express variable price. So you have 5.83 as your fixed price. Variable price is 1.67. Okay. Now let's go to KP26 again. Are we open somewhere? Yeah. Okay. Here. So if you see here, the price is updated now. Variable price as 1.67, fixed price as 5.83 per hour. Okay. So we have maintained the price as, we have maintained the plan quantity here. Okay. We have maintained the plan cost in another screen called KP06 with the combination of cost center, activity type, and cost element. Then we calculated the rate, fixed price and variable price, 1.67, 5.83. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There is no change in whether if you follow the KP06 and KP26, same transaction codes we are going to use in ECC and also in S4 HANA. There is no change in the transaction codes, but here I have only one cost center and one cost element. So I did manually this planning. But in real time, we will have multiple cost elements, multiple activity type, and multiple cost centers, right? So in that case, we need some kind of mechanism to upload the data, right? So in ECC, what we used to do generally, we have planning templates. You can create your own planning layouts. Okay, like for primary cost planning, Excel templates we have to create and you have to upload. For example, KP06. Okay, settings, Excel planning, upload. Okay, you have an option to upload the Excel planning, but before that you have to create the Excel. We have to do some configuration in the system, and then you have to do the upload file. You have to download that upload file, and again you have to upload it here. Okay. Now, otherwise, another option is you have to go for a BDC to upload these files. This kind of data. Now in S4, what happens? Let me go to S4, where it is. So what I would like to show here, like, we have a Fury app called import plan financial data. Okay. So that is the new functionality in S4. By using that Fury app, you can do all kind of plannings. You can do your cost center planning. You can do your profit center planning, your activity types planning, all kind of plannings we can do by using this app. We don't need to create any templates. Just there is a already available template is there. We have to download that template and you have to add what are the fields you required. I mean, there are technical fields. By default, it will gives you, but also in the SAP help portal, if you go to the help portal with reference to this Fury app, they mentioned, I mean, all the field names which you can utilize. Yeah, this one, import financial plan data. Okay. So here, this is the app, import financial plan data. Okay. Here you have download template. Okay. So if you click here, so it is asking what type of planning you want to do, like cost center planning, project planning, profit center, functional area, market segment, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Every planning, all the planning you can do using this app. It has so many functionalities. Okay. Let's go with the cost center file. But only the problem is with this, not a problem, but it's an additional steps. I mean, some of the additional steps we have to do. No, it came incorrect actually. So everything got in one single column, but it has to disclose. See, these are the fields like category, general ledger, fiscal year, posting period, company code, cost center, account number, amount in global currency, global currency. So these all should be in different columns, but I don't know why it's came in one single column. Let me. Someone can also try from your system because it has to disclose, I mean, in different columns, the data. No, still it is coming in single. Can somebody try if it is possible? I mean, whether it is downloading in your separate files or.
So where I can go and search for this?
Yeah, in the search option, you enter already in the search, but yeah, there you type import financial plan data. No, the app has to. No, when you type it, the app should disclose here. I don't know, for you it's coming differently. Yeah, import and give space. No, not there. Got it. Hold on. Close that.
Okay.
Remove there.
Should I?
Yeah, correct there.
Okay.
Yeah, import space fin. Yeah. Download template. Yeah. Don't select anything there. Semicolon. No, not required.
Okay. Not required. Okay.
Yeah, just select cost center planning. Yeah. for you also coming same, or it's for you it's coming in different
Yeah, different columns.
columns, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it might be problem with my systems, something, I mean, with my Excel. Yeah, okay. So now if you see here, you have planning category, okay, general ledger, okay. So here in this template, you have to fill all the data. For example, planning category, you can create a plan category, or else we have already standard categories called PLN. Okay, it's a standard category. You can enter PLN and general ledger fiscal year. Like this is the fiscal year 2024 period. Okay, but here we cannot upload, like, for 12 periods, right? You have to enter 12 lines, not like the whole period data you can enter here. This is one disadvantage. Like in our case, like just we enter the 12 years period, like 12,000, it divided to all 12 periods. But here you have to enter 12 lines for 12 period, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12. All the 12 periods you have to enter the data. Okay. And the company code, cost center. This is the account number, amount in global currency. Global currency, what is the currency? Now we have only global currency. I mean, if you want to upload this in local currency, then you have to add, in place of KSL, you have to add HSL and also the currency field. But this data will be stored in ACDOCA P. There is a separate table called ACDOCA P. In the table, you have to enter, I mean, this data will store. Okay. Apart from that, if you want to add this activity types and others also, we need to find the field, exact field name for that activity type, and you have to add here in the column. I mean, in Excel file, simply you can add, for example, activity type L star. Okay, you can add L star in the column I and its description, and you can fill all the data. You can save it. Okay, and you have an upload function, right? A browse option is there. From there, you can browse the file and you can upload. This data will be stored in ACDOCA P table. Okay. But again, to transfer the data from ACDOCA P to ECC, I mean S4 tables, like we have a COEP, COSS, some costing tables are there. To transfer the data from ACDOCA P to those tables, we need to run a program. SAP has given some standard programs. That program we need to run so that the synchronization, data synchronization will happen between the ACDOCA P and the ECC, another ECC table, I mean S4 tables, so that you can calculate the rates. If you upload the data in this template, with this template, you cannot calculate the rates. I mean, activity rates, just now we calculated, right? We cannot calculate the dates directly. Again, you have to transfer the data from ACDOCA P table to that ECC tables like COEP, COSS, where the cost data will be stored. The data has to be passed to there. Then you have to run the activity rates.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which feature enables real-time profitability analysis in SAP S/4HANA Finance 2023? Option A, Advanced Cost Allocation. Option B, COPA, Controlling Profitability Analysis. Option C, Profit Center Accounting. Option D, Margin Analysis Module. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to become an expert in finance management? Our SAP S/4HANA Finance 2023 course is perfect for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn everything about SAP S/4HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for handling financial processes, from planning budgets to managing costs efficiently. We cover the basics and advanced techniques. Our experts, who have years of experience, have designed the course to ensure the best learning experience. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, ready to guide and answer your questions. Our students love the course and have seen real improvements in their skills. And the best part? It's super affordable, offering incredible value without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP S/4HANA Finance? Sign up today. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details and get started now.
Okay, for example, our company code is IN10. So there are no entries, right? So the data which we post in KP26 and KP06, it will not be transferred to AC Docopy automatically. There are some synchronization programs which we need to run so that the data will transfer from ECC to, ECC tables to this AC Docopy table, for example. So this is the normal ECC, ECC table, right? So this cost table where we have the activity rates and all. Okay. You know, right? I mean, we have calculated rate for this particular cost center activity type, right? And period wise, we have calculated each period, we have calculated $7.5 as a price, right? So that this price is available in cost table. Okay. And also the primary cost will be available in COSP, I believe. So we have data in this table. If you see here, each period wise, we have plan primary cost in these tables. Like each period wise, we have for this cost center finance. We have also like production cost center. I think we have posted production cost center also. So yeah, all the data is available in ECC tables. This data needs to be, to be honest, if you plan your data into ECC tables, then what is the use of transferring that data to AC.P, right? There should be some significant, there should be some requirement, right? And anybody knows, why we need planning data to, why we need to push this data to AC.P? Yeah, so to be honest, this requirement is not needed for each and every organization, but there are some companies, especially when they're using group reporting, okay? Group reporting team, they cannot read data from this COSP and all, okay? They want, I think you guys might know about it. The actual data will be taken for the consolidation purpose. Group reporting team will take all the data from AC.A to, they'll transfer the data from AC.A to AC.U. And again, they will run some queries or they will build reports on AC.U table. Okay, that is the main functionality of the group reporting, where they do their consolidations and adjustments, everything based on AC.U. At the same way, some organization, they also do their reporting on the planning also, like this primary cost, right? Once they do complete planning on the primary cost, it will also store, when you say, when you do your planning at the cost center level, it will also update to your profit center, right? Because each and every cost center will have a profit center. Whenever you do planning in this particular cost center, again, it will be stored to profit center. And there are some organizations where they do, planning based on the partner profit center or trading partners. So some requirements are there. So that's what the planning data, they will update to AC.P also. Again, the group reporting team will read data from AC.P and they will update to their tables. Or maybe they will directly read data from our table and they will build some reports for the planning. Okay. For that purpose, we need to do, we need to synchronize this data from normal ECC tables to AC.P table. If there is no such kind of requirement, we no need to do it. But still again, since it's a new functionality, if you are doing your planning by using that Fury app, right? Again, for calculating the rates, let's say you have done the planning in using that Fury app, and that data is available in AC.P, but that data will not be available in COSP and the cost tables, meaning you cannot calculate KSPI. In order to in order to calculate KSPI rates, you need data in COSP and COS, the cost tables. Then only system will identify, okay, the data is available, I need to calculate something. Okay. When you execute KSPI also, it doesn't work if you don't transfer the cost from AC.P to these tables. Okay. Again, your client may ask, okay, S4 has given this functionality. Good. Okay, but why I need to use it? Because it has additional steps, right? If I do my planning directly in ECC, the ECC, normal GUI, I no need to run anything. If I do planning by using Fury app, again I have to perform one more synchronization program. I need to run one more program to transfer the data. Why I need to run an additional step, right? They will definitely ask, what is the value add I'm getting by using that Fury app? Okay, so we need to discuss all these things with the business, and yeah, at the end, you have to come to a conclusion whether you have to use Fury app or normal VI transactions to do this planning. Yeah, because we will not use, once the planning is done, activity rates are calculated, we will not use this data to anywhere, right? Even if at all you want to prepare a report or something, a custom report or something, still we can read our data from COSP and cost tables, right? Still we can take this data from these tables. But for the purpose of only group reporting, if they're using their consolidations based on planning data also, in that case we need to transfer all the data. Yeah, could you please share your screen, and we will do it together.
Import payable, right?
So 1 second. Yeah, import planning financial plan data. Close this. Okay. Yeah. Now enter data in each plan category. You can say PLN in the column line 4. Line 4. No, not there. Keep that there X. Okay. Yeah, there it's PLN, because when you say X means it's a mandatory field. You have to enter those fields mandatorily. Okay. Fiscal year you can enter 2024. Posting period you can enter. Let's enter 1 to 12. 12 lines. You just enter. Yeah. Company code IN10. Cost center. I think IN10 PR. 1 second. I will tell you the cost center to you. KS03. Yeah. IN10 PRD1. No, cost center does not exist. Okay. Sorry. Set controlling. Yeah. Yeah, IN10 PRD1. Okay, and account number you can enter, just enter one account or one account we will try to upload. Like 5 lakh one you can enter. No, remove 10, just 5 digits only we need. Now KSL amount, you just enter some any amount. Okay, and global currency USD. Now copy these lines 4 times. Make the test 2. Now drag. 1 to 2 you just drag and you can. I think 2 more lines we need. Yeah, now save this. Okay, now try to go to upload again the Fury app. You know the file path, right? I think, or yeah. Now browse CSV. No, hold there only. Browse CSV. Go to that file path. Yeah. Sorry, you cannot import file. It contains invalid data. Yeah, show details. What data? Correct the customizing settings for ledger for the universal journal. Open that. What it is? There are inconsistencies in the customizing settings for the ledger for the universal journal. Okay, can you execute that Fins consistency program check?
This one?
Yeah, that one. Can you execute? Now go to SAP. GUI, yeah. We have not entered any ledger or something, right, in the Excel file?
No. Only account number and cost center number.
Okay. No. Yeah, okay, let go. Accounting principle, IFRS. But these are all now. Can you see? Okay, our company accounting principle, IFRS and 60 assigned in ledger. Company code IN10.
IN10.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me go to Fins ledger once. What's the problem? FINSC. Somebody is using that since it's test system. IFRS PI ESK. Accounting principle 60. Okay. What it is saying, the error message?
Accounting principle, IFRS and 60 assigned in ledger 0L.
Company code IN10. An accounting
Yes.
principle can be assigned all the levels. Ledger, company code, accounting.
So it is inconsistent.
Yeah, it's already.
No, procedure. In procedure, they are saying ensure that the accounting principle assignment is consistent.
International Accounting Standard, IAS. Accounting principle 60 only there, but IFRS, I don't see anything. Only 60 only I can see for this. Any other ledgers are there? Company code. Can you check other program also, right? It's giving two programs. In the error message, we have two programs, right? So check underscore P. Okay. Yeah, let me try that one. Can you open that? I mean, it will. Correct the custom aging set. Now I got some details. Document splitting is active company oriented and active profit center account controlling area. Okay, there are a couple of errors are there. I can see. Let me share my screen. Yeah, looks like these are the three errors. One is like correct the customizing setting for ledger universal journal. Okay. Currency conversion setting for CT are missing in company code IN10. Currency conversion setting CT30 are missing IN10 ledger IL. Doc splitting is active in company code INTL. Activate profit center account controlling area IN10. Okay, let me try. Currency types. Global currency conversion settings. Okay. Currency type can't be used in global currency settings. Okay, time being, what I will do, I will deactivate the document splitting. We'll see later. Yeah. Let's say, I mean, either we have to activate profit center or deactivate document splitting. But if you do both, we do again some configuration errors also we'll get. Let me, time being, I mean, we will remove it since we are not posting any actual data. We will see. Okay, looks everything good. Can you please try one more time?
But
No. You now
this,
directly go to
okay.
that upload.
Is it uploading or should I go back again?
Yeah, just try, refresh it and
So it's done now.
yeah. Now your plan data import will complete 12 lines from CSV file for the information preview list. You can preview the list how it looks like because it is successful now. Just click on preview. So this is the data it's going to upload. You can see it here. Okay, whether the uploaded data is correct or not, you can check here. Okay, go back. Okay, now if you want, you can do the test run also, but yeah, looks like it's looking fine. Only one single record. Now directly import source file. Yeah, third tab. Yeah, click there. Oh, sorry, you cannot import file. It contains against something. Data contains no valid plan category. Plan category doesn't exist. 1 second. Let me see the plan category. SC38. Plan category. Yeah, keep all character. I mean the PLN, right? Keep it PLN in capital letters in the Excel file.
Okay.
I think you have to refresh it or just go back from here. Yeah, go back one more step. Yeah. No.
Should I click on test first or directly import?
No, import directly do it. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, we are getting the error message. Yeah, now it is successfully imported. Okay, let me take over the screen. Thank you, Manu. Okay, now I will go to AC Docker P. Our company code is IN10. Okay, if you see here, this is the plan category. Okay, PLN. This is SAP provided planning category. If you want, you can create your own planning category and you can do the planning. Okay, there is, but it's not required to create a separate planning category. It is already there. But if at all, if you want to use it, you can create another planning category. Okay, and this is the account what we have used for posting, right? And these are the period. Fiscal year is there. Where is the period? Data record, all records. Yeah, this is the cost center, controlling area. Yeah, amount you entered as 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So for all the periods, it's updated. Amount now we have updated in the global currency, amount in global currency, but it got converted to amount in functional currency. Since I mean everywhere USD it's showing same value, otherwise it will convert that amount to, if at all, I mean the local currency is, I mean other than USD, it will convert to that currency as well. Okay. Now we are talking about moving data, right? So I got the programs. Okay. These are the two programs you can use. I mean, for deletion also, if you want, you can use the deletion program. But yeah, so R underscore fins plan trans CO S4 to ERP. That meaning this program will be used to transfer the data from that S4. I mean, the Fury app, what we have used, right? I mean, that is stored in EC Docker P. It will be transferred to that ERP tables. Okay. Sync EC Docker to ERP. And another program is same, just here. Sync is this one, the third program you have to use ERP to AC Docker. Okay, now we will try this program. Okay, or else we can try this also. Let me try this program first, then we will see. Here you have to select which type of data, like cost centers, version. You have to select this one, fiscal year 2024, period 12. Whether you want to transfer plan data from ERP to. So in ERP, we did planning for the same cost center, right? Production one. Or else what we will do, I mean, for understanding purpose, we will transfer the data of the finance cost center. Also, we did some kind of planning, right? So we will transfer that data so that it will not, we can easily understand. Okay. And here, currency, under which currency you want to transfer. I will select object currency, ledger, which ledger you would like to transfer, 0L, and planning category. Again, under which category you would like to transfer. I will select in plan category, test mode. Okay, number of records 72. Okay, remove the test run. Plan data, it got transferred. Now let me go to again AC Docker. P. Fiscal year not required IN10. If you want, you can add cost center also. What is the cost center IN10 fin? Okay. Okay. Now, if you see here, earlier we have data only for the production cost center with my ID, like yes. Now the data is got transferred. Okay, for all the periods, like all the accounts what we have done. If you see here, let me filter with one account. Okay, there are 12 records. Okay, cost center is this, controlling area this. So 833.33 euros, USD is transferred from that ECC table to S4. Okay. And vice versa also you can do. I mean, we have for the production cost center, right? And this is ERP to S4 we have done now. Now, another one also we can do. This one, S4 to ERP. Okay, execute. Cost centers. Ledger 0N, planning category PLN. Here, this one on 12. IN10. PRD1. Planning currency. Okay. Version 0. Test mode. Okay, total records transfer successfully. Let me remove. Okay, now I will go to the table, other table, SC16. Set 10. See, this slide got transferred. Okay, earlier we have the other lines, but now this line got transferred. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's it from the planning. So I would like to show one more thing. Where it is? Yeah. So now in the template, what you have downloaded, it has limited characteristics, right? I mean, you don't have another fields, like you have cost element and you have some currency, but apart from that, if you want to use it for, I mean, if you want to add activity type, right? I mean, because we need to use that, we need to plan with the combination of activity type and cost element, and also we need to plan activity type and hours, right? So for that also we need to add, I mean, we can add fields in the Excel file. SAP has given all the fields in this link. Okay, so all the fields which are available, I mean, which you can use order number, activity type, so many things are there. So these all fields you can, I mean, take the field from here. Okay, you can add it in the Excel template simply. Then it will allow you to enter the data. What are all the fields you require? Just you have to take it from this portal, Elf portal. I will share this link with you all. You can keep it with you. Yeah. From here, you can take the field and you can, do it in your Excel file and you can upload, download, delete, whatever you need. Okay. If everyone clear, then we will go to the actual postings. So far in the planning, we have covered, primary cost planning. I mean, we have done the planning for the cost element level, and also we have done planning for production cost center and activity type and primary cost element level. We have done the planning. We have done the calculation of rate calculation also. Again, I mean, during product costing also, we will discuss one more time on the planning part because it's interrelated. Yeah. So we have covered all the planning topics. And allocations we will discuss. See, the allocation cycle creation is same for plan allocation and actual allocation. I mean, generally, who will do planning? I mean, no business want to do multiple transactions, right? SAP has many functionalities, but what they will do, planning data generally, I mean, at least with my experience, no business will do plan cost. I mean, they'll post plan cost to one cost center and from there to another cost center. That kind of allocations they will not do because it will not really give any value add for them. Okay, only they do allocations based on actuals. Okay, actual allocations they will do. Planning they will do. I mean, in general, they do planning for all the production cost centers. Okay, so that they will, in order to calculate the activity rates and all, they do planning at a production cost center level. But SAP has given a functionality, you can do your planning even for service cost centers also, the plan cost, and you can transfer to production cost centers. Then, do the rate calculation and everything. But it really doesn't make any sense because you have to do planning to multiple cost centers. Okay, and again transfer it to production cost centers and run your calculations. It is like, a tedious job for the controller to do it monthly or yearly, right? So that's what I mean. In general, people don't like to do planning at all the cost centers, but only. For sure, production cost centers, they do planning. Okay, so allocations we will discuss after posting the we will try to post some actual bookings. Then we will do the allocation part, how the allocation works and what we mean by allocation. Okay. Okay. Now FB50, we will post some expenditure to the cost center. So now our real problems will start with all the actual postings. Okay, now GL account, I will take. So I'm trying to post the cost to finance cost center. Intention. Okay, now the data is posted. We will see the document display. Okay, now we have posted this entry. Okay, if you okay, we have accounting document and we have controlling document. Okay, so accounting document, this is the controlling document. It's generated automatically. Now, if you go to AC doc P, sorry, AC doc A, okay, if you see here, for the ledger 0L, it got posted. The information, I mean, you have everything here. COAIN is the business transaction coin. It's like, the controlling related. Since you entered the cost center, it's taken the CO business transaction coin. It has the cost center, everything you will have, and the amount in all currencies. Okay. Yeah, this is your account and this is your cost center. And the balance, what you have entered here, it got updated. So same thing, the same document will be updated in AC Docker, AC Docker, BSEG also it will update. Let's see what data you will have in BSEG. Okay, in BSEG also you have your data, but let me check cost center will be there or not in BSEC. Okay, but ACDOCA will have all the characteristics related to, profitability segment, cost center, whatever, I mean, material related information asset. So it's a universal journal. So you will have all the data in one single table. So we no need to, if you write a custom program or query, you can write, based on ACDOCA by using one single table, you can write a query so that you will get most of the information related to finance and FI and CO. Okay. Now let's go to the cost center report. Yeah, if you see here, we have done the postings for finance. Okay, the actual. Yeah, okay. So this is the plan data and this is the actual postings what we have done for this cost center. You can compare the plan and the actuals and you can see the variance percentage. Okay. Next month, what they will do, I mean, if they compare like this, next month, what they will do, they can transfer this actual as a plan because in the current month, they spent more what they have expected. So they will consider this actual data as a plan data. I mean, if they're doing continuous plan and everything, they can adjust their budgeted values for the next year. Okay. I think, I mean, this transaction all might aware. I don't think, I mean, here we will have a challenge. Now, let's go to allocations, okay? Now, when I say allocation is nothing but to transfer cost from one cost object to another cost object. Here, since we are talking about cost center, let's talk about cost center only. Now, I have done the, postings at a finance cost center level. Now, the finance cost, the cost which is lying at the finance cost center, I would like to transfer to other cost centers. Like we have two more cost centers like production 1 and 2. For these two cost centers, I would like to transfer data with some like percentage or some other parameters. Okay. And again, when it comes to allocation, there are two types of allocations. One is distribution and another one is assessment. Yeah, by using distribution, we can do only primary cost. I mean, you can transfer only primary cost. We can only transfer primary cost, but secondary cost we cannot do. Whereas by using assessment, you can transfer secondary cost as well. But again, there are certain limitations in distribution. Okay, you will have, let's say now in the finance cost center, we have 5 cost elements, right? Where is the report? Now we have finance cost center, yes. Now we'll talk about distribution. So when you transfer, when you use a distribution method, when you transfer the cost from finance cost center to, let's say, production cost center, 1 or 2, then what happens? System will use the same cost elements. It will remove the amount from here, or else, it will remove, it will transfer using the same cost element. Like in the debits also, in the production cost center, you will see the same debits. Okay. Same cost element it will use. That means you will have the detailed breakup in distribution. But what happens? Let's say now I have finance cost center cost. Here I have 2000 cost. Okay. When I transfer to 2000 here, the disadvantages of distribution, what happens? Let's say already you have posted some salaries in production cost center, like 1,000 you have posted. Now you are transferring another 1,000 from here. Then the value will become 2,000 here. So you don't know whether that particular, salaries all belongs to production cost center or it came from some other cost center as well. That you will miss in distribution, but you will see the detailed breakup. I mean, what is there in source accounts, target also you will see the accounts, but whereas you will miss the amount bifurcation. Okay, that is one disadvantage in distribution. In assessment, what happens? Finance cost center, let's say if you want to transfer salaries or maybe some other expenditure, we need to create a secondary cost element with category 42. Yesterday we were discussing, right, different categories. We need to create a separate cost element with category 42. Okay. Then you have to tell the system, okay, transfer my salaries by using the secondary cost element XYZ. Okay. So that what happens? It will not disturb your debit entry. Rather, it will create a separate credit entry here. Okay. I will show you that. It will create a separate credit entry here in this. And also when debiting to the production cost center, it will not update in the salaries directly. Rather, it will create a separate cost element with different debit. I mean, you can see what cost we got it from other, cost centers. So generally, I mean, business also prefer this assessment method so that it will be easy. I mean, when you're transferring, again, they don't want to see all the breakup and all, but again, it's again a business call, whether they want to use distribution or assessment. But at least with my experience, most of the clients, they prefer assessment because it will give them the detailed picture, like from where we got which cost center, whether, I mean, that cost is like a secondary allocated cost or a normal posted cost. I mean, when they see the report, immediately they'll get to know a clear picture. Okay, this cost is came from an allocation, right? So that's what I mean. They'll use assessment or assessment most of the times, but again, it depends, right? So either they can use assessment or distribution. Yeah, we will try to create one distribution cycle. Here, there is a big change in S4. Okay. In ECC, in ECC for creating distribution, okay, or maybe if we have to use different transaction codes. Okay, for plan cycles, we have to create one transaction code. Again, execution, you have to use one more transaction code. Okay, and profit center allocations also there, right? Profit center allocation, we have to use different cost centers, and COPA allocations also there. We have to use different transaction codes and different, paths. But SAP, you might already heard about universal allocation. So this is a new concept, universal allocation in SAP S4. It's a Fury app SAP has given. Now all the allocations you can do, like whether it is profit center allocation, okay, or COPA allocation or cost center allocation or internal or whatever it may be. All the allocations you can do using one single Fury app, that is universal allocation. Manage allocations. There is an app, universal allocation. By using that universal allocation, you can do, I mean, you can create assessment cycles, distribution cycles. You can execute cycle from there itself. You can analyze the results in the same cycle. Okay, you don't need to go for multiple transaction codes. Of course, I mean, there are some disadvantages also there. Yeah, I will tell you, I mean, how to use that as well. But again, here also there is some problem. Let's say, I mean, when you are doing an implementation, you have to decide whether you are going to use GUI transaction for allocation or you are going to use Fury app for allocation, right? Why? Because if you create a cycle, I mean, let's say my client, your client asks, no, I will not, I will use both. Then it will not work, because if you create a cycle in GUI, that cycle will not be available in Fury app. Okay. And the same time, if you create a cycle in Fury, that cycle will not be available in GUI. Then he has to refer all the 2 times, every time he has to log into GUI and he has to log into Fury, right, to see what cycles we have created. It's a cumbersome. I mean, at the end, it's a difficult task for them, for the business controller. So at the beginning itself, they have to decide, okay, at least, I mean, for the next few years, we will live with GUI. Then we will go for, in future, we will go for universal allocation. Okay. Or else, I mean, from the beginning itself, if they like it and all the functionalities are available in, I mean, whatever they required, the required functionalities are available in Fury app. If they are happy, they can use it Fury app as well. Okay. Do you know how to create a cycle in S4 and Fury? I'm sorry, S4 at least. Forget about Fury. This assessment cycle. Anybody know how to create it or? Okay, then I think I need to tell both the things. So first, then we will create a cycle in GUI system. Then we will try to do that universal allocation later. Okay. Okay. Before that, I need one secondary cost element with category 42. Okay, here we need to mention the category 42 assessment. Okay, so I have created one cost element with category 42, that is 94201, just cost allocation. Cost center. Okay. Controlling cost center accounting. Actual postings. Period and closing. Assessment. Okay. Assessment cost element. Okay, so this is create actual assessment cycle. Okay, cycle name you can say something. I am transferring finance cost center, right? So IN fin. Okay, start date 01/01/2024. If already some notice date. Okay. Okay, if you have already existing cycle, you can copy the data from the existing cycle, but as of now, we don't have any cycle. Let's create. Okay, text you have to give cost allocation. Okay. Here we need to add segment. Okay. So for example, I am finance cost allocation. So here we need to mention which allocation cost, I mean, through which allocation cost element you would like to transfer. There are two options. One is allocation structure. Another one is allocation cost element. So why we need allocation structure? For example, you have 100 cost element cost you want to transfer to another cost center. Okay. By all the 100 cost center cost, you can transfer to one single cost element, but your client wants still some kind of breakup. For example, for the 100 cost element, at least I need 10 cost elements breakup. Like divide 10 cost elements into one cost element, like maintain the relationship like 1 to 10 cost element belongs to one secondary cost element, 11 to 20 another secondary cost element, 20 to 30 another secondary cost element, something like that. If they want detailed breakup, then we need to create an allocation structure. Okay. Then we have to assign that allocation structure here so that it will give you some kind of little breakup. But if they want one-to-one mapping, like, okay, I want, there are in the source, I mean, I have 100 accounts, same 100 accounts I also need in assessment, then ask them to go for assessment, I mean, distribution rather going to, because there is no point. It's creating one-to-one because it will increase your sort of accounts unnecessarily. It will not really give any value addition. Okay. So to some extent we can give the breakup. If at all, if they ask, then we need to create an allocation structure where we will maintain the relation. Okay, what is the primary account and to which account we need to transfer that cost. Okay, so time being we will go ahead with assessment cost element. Here the posted amounts, whether you want to transfer 100% or 80%, 90%, 50% or 10%, how much percentage you want to transfer. Okay, that you have to enter here. Next one is receiver value. Here variable portions. Okay, different options are there: fixed amounts, fixed percentage, fixed portions. Okay, so generally people will go either percentage or else they will go with variable portions. When you say variable portion, again you have multiple options, like what variable portion you mean to say. Like I have actual cost, planned cost, actual consumption, actual activity plan, statistical key figures. So that's what I mean, statistical key figure. Earlier, I mean, in our PPT also we have a statistical key figure. Yeah. Here we stop where it is constant. Yeah, the statistical key figures, right? So statistical key figure. Does anybody know what do you mean by statistical key figure? Okay, so SKF is nothing but it's a base for allocation of cost. For example, you have finance cost center. Okay, from the finance cost center cost, you would like to transfer to some other cost centers. Okay, maybe production, HR, or any other cost center. How you will transfer? What is the base? Okay, probably what base you will take. Let's say number of employees, right? In the production department, how many people are working? That you can take as a base, or as number of machines. Okay, or else how much in the plant, I mean, how much area they, I mean, in their whole premises, how much square feet of land they're utilizing, or I mean, the entire production department sits or utilize that land, right? Space or number of telephones. These are called statistical key figures. So when you are allocating the cost from one cost center to another cost center, we need a base. That base is nothing but a statistical key figure. Okay, by using SKFs also we can do, I mean, we can transfer the cost. That SKF might be, as I said, number of telephones. These are the generic ones. Number of persons or square feet, etc. Okay, that is SKF. Or else simply you can use some percentage, fixed percentage. Okay, I will transfer the cost. I have finance cost center, some $6,000 are there. That $6,000 I will transfer 30-70 ratio to two cost centers. It is simplest way. Okay, if you want to use some SKFs, then you have variable portions. Again, SKFs, you have to create the SKFs, and again you have to maintain the SKF data. Like we have to create a master data, and also we have to maintain some values to those SKFs. Again, it's a extra work, right? I mean, if they want, they can maintain. It's up to them. But I would say it's an additional efforts required to maintain all those data. And again, after maintaining also whether the data is accurate or not, we are not sure. I mean, that also they have to monitor. So they need additional manpower and additional cost. Okay. So right now we will do one thing. I mean, we will go with fixed percentage. Makes our life easy. Okay. So if you want, you can try with different options. I mean, when you get time, practice with different options. And if you have any doubts, let me know. I will tell you. I mean, how we can fix that issues. I mean, if you get any issues or something. Now go to the senders. From I mean, which cost center you would like to transfer the cost? I would like to transfer the cost from the finance cost center. If there are multiple finance cost centers, okay, then you can create a group of all finance cost centers. You can enter the group here, or else you can enter the range. Okay, since I have only one cost center, I enter the one single cost center here. We have option to enter range, and you have option to enter the set, or you can create a set, or you can create a group, and you can enter here. And again, what cost element? I mean, whether you want to transfer all cost elements, or you can restrict to some specific cost elements. Okay. In finance cost centers, we use 6 cost center for actual postings. Whether you can transfer all the 6 cost centers cost to production, or you can just specify the cost elements. Okay. Next, receiver. Who is the receiver? I have PRD1, PRD2. Okay, I have 2 cost centers. Since there are only 2 cost centers, I have given range. Again, here I can also give the group. Now, 100%, give the version here. Receiver tasting factor. So here, we need to tell like what percentage for production cost center, what percentage you want. For example, I would like to transfer 60% this cost center, and for this, I would like to transfer 40%. Okay. Save it. Now you can check this one. Formal cycle check successful. If there are any errors in the cycle creation, if some data is missing, this check will help you to disclose that error messages. Okay. And this is very important, thing, derive functional area. Okay. If your project is using cost of sales accounting, nowadays, most of the people use this cost of sales accounting, meaning functional areas, right? They use functional areas in all their reporting. In that case, when you are creating these cycles, you have to check this checkbox. Okay. Otherwise, what happens, let's say your sender cost center, generally functional area will be assigned to each cost center order types. I mean, there are certain parameters where we assign functional areas. So whenever you do any postings to that particular cost object, the functional area will be derived automatically. Let's say now finance cost center, we have functional area X. Okay. But production cost center has functional area Y and Z. One as Y and Z as maybe both the cost centers as functional area Y. Then what happens when you transfer data from this finance cost center to production cost centers? If you don't select this checkbox, what happens? The cost will be transferred between the cost centers, but it is incorrect in the functional area, because in both the functional area, the functional area will be updated in debit and credit to the same functional area. If you don't select, then what happens at the end? If you run your reporting at the functional area level, cost will show 0. So it will impact your reporting. So if you are using cost of sales accounting and your business is using, a functional area concept, then you have to select this checkbox so that in the sender side, it will give you the sender cost center functional area. In the receiver side, it will give you the receiver cost center functional area, so that it will not create any problem in the reporting. Okay. Yes. Now the cycle is ready. To execute this cycle, now we have to go to front end. I don't remember the transaction code, but yeah, we will go with this one. KSU5, all the transaction codes. Controlling, cost center accounting, period and closing, single functions. Let's go to Excel. Activity allocation, actual management, cost allocation. Not this one. No, period and closing only we have single functions. Allocations. Yes, KSU5 is the transaction code. Customizing error business transaction groups are not current. What is this? Execute. Okay. Okay. Now in the period 5, we have created, we have data, actual data. I would like to run this for period 5. Yeah, sorry, before running this, do you have any doubts or concerns or creating a cycle? Now select your cycle here. I have only one cycle. You have test run option as well. Maintain number ranges for controlling the array. Okay. Let's execute the test run. It will give you error message because we have not maintained the number ranges. We need to maintain that. Okay, now the cycle is created. I executed in the test mode. If you see the sender, you have the finance cost center as the sender, and this is the assessment cost element. 100% we are sending. Receiver, you have 1 and 2 with the ratio of 60-40. Okay, let's remove the test run. Execute. Okay, this RKIU. So RKIU, actually our ad assessment, this one we need to assign. Okay, we don't have number ranges also. Let's create the number ranges on intervals. It's the 0, 1. No, it's not. Okay, now we have assigned that number range. Let's execute the cycle one more time. Remove the testing. So looks like there is again some error. Internal 21 sub object in2 21 does not exist for the object RBLE. No update performed. what do you say? It's also, I told you right yesterday, when you post anything in CO, it will update to finance as well. So for that purpose, it's asking a number range. What is the transaction code for maintaining the number range?
FBN1.
CO side or OKPM?
Yeah, yeah.
OKP.
No. Yeah, BN1, I think it will work.
KANK. It's for the CO.
Yeah, CO, it's fine. Else, it is asking 23. Okay, 23. Okay, 1 second. I copied from 0001. Display. Here also 23 is not there. It is asking for 23 only, right?
No, we need to identify the document type. For the document type, the number range number, it has been assigned to it. There's a 23. That is the reason it is giving an error. So we need to identify the document
The
type.
database owner where the delivery client 300. Interval 23, subject I intend to here does not exist for. But I think, if you assign create here 23, it will work. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, 23, copy. Yeah, we have maintained, but still I don't know.
I think, can you go to NRIV table and give the RF underscore bells subject?
Okay. So if you see here in the finance cost center, the total cost is 6,400. It got credited with a different cost element. Okay, in the credit side, and the total balance becomes 0. The same thing got posted to here. Production cost center is 3,840. Production cost center, it has 2,560. Here, if you see the production cost center, it has a separate line. Okay, here also. So we will come to know, like, okay, this cost came from the allocation. So it will not disturb any existing, GL accounts or amounts, so that it will be easy for the business to understand, okay, this cost came from cost allocations. Okay, this is the CO document. Okay, where the cost is coming from fin to production. We can see the accounting document also. Okay, if you see here, so we have assigned the number range, right? So it's starting with 23. So it has created an accounting document also. Okay, in that way, your FI and CO are reconciled online. We no need to do any kind of reconciliation further.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which technology powers the in-memory database in SAP S/4HANA Finance 2023? Option A, Oracle Database. Option B, SQL Server. Option C, SAP HANA. Option D, MongoDB. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become an expert in finance management? Our SAP S/4HANA Finance 2023 course is perfect for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, You'll learn everything about SAP S for HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for handling financial processes, from planning budgets to managing costs efficiently. We cover the basics and advanced techniques. Our experts, who have years of experience, have designed the course to ensure the best learning experience. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, ready to guide and answer your questions. Our students love the course and have seen real improvements in their skills. And the best part? It's super affordable, offering incredible value without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP S for HANA Finance? Sign up today. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details and get started now.
Okay, now we have created the assessment cycle. What do you say? In the GUI, now we will see. We will try to create the universal allocation app, Fury app. We will use it. With that also, we will try to create one cycle. Then we will see. Okay. Okay. The app name is Manage Allocations. This is the app Manage Allocations. Yeah. So this is the allocation app. Okay. By using this app, we can create whether it is assessment or distribution or profit center allocation or COPA allocation, any kind of allocations, right? What we use in CO, all allocations we can create by using the same app. But whereas in ECC or GUI, we have different transaction codes to create these all allocations and executions, everything. But this is the single app. All allocations are possible. Okay. Let's try to create one app. Before that, now in GUI, we have already created one app, right? One cycle, correct? What is that? KSK5. Okay, this is the app. A cycle which we have created. INFin. Okay. If you see here in this Fury, so here, if you search that, so there is no data here. Yeah, this is the disadvantage where if you create a Fury app, if you create an allocation cycle in normal GUI transaction code, in the GUI system, then it will not be available in Fury and vice versa. If you create a cycle and it will not be available in GUI, so that for the allocation, right? So we have to discuss with the business and whether they want to use normal GUI or they want to use manage allocation this Fury app, right? So accordingly, we have to decide, and then we have to use either one. If they want, both Fury and it really doesn't make any sense because some cycles are here and some cycles are there. Then at the end, it's difficult to manage all the allocations. Okay, now let's try to create one cycle. Here, create new cycle, allocation cycle. For example, in one context. Here we have to mention which type of allocation it is. For example, whether you want cost centers, marginal analysis, or profit centers. Margin analysis is nothing but it's COPA, cost centers, and profit centers. Let's take cost centers. In cost center, we have two kind of allocations, right? So we will see whether it is assessment or distribution. Here, intercompany allocation, overhead allocation, and distribution. This overhead allocation is nothing but this is the assessment, and distribution. This is distribution. Okay. Now, assessment cycle already we have created in GUI, right? Now we will try to create one distribution cycle. Okay, how it works we will see. This is now we need to also mention the ledger 0L. I will take valid from. I will take beginning of the month. Sorry, beginning of the year. Valid to we can take 31st to 999. Okay, cycle description. What happened? Enter a valid date. Okay, cycle description, finance cost allocation. Company code IN10. No, this cycle is plan or actuals. Okay, we can also, I told you right at the beginning, we can do plan cost allocation also. Time being, I mean, select actuals. If you want to create plan cycles also, we can create by using this app. Now create. Yeah. Now in this cycle, we need to mention all the like, what we are going to do, same as GUI. So finance allocation, valid date, company code. Okay, any notes if you want, you can mention. Now create segment lane. And the segment again, same as like, who is the sender, who is the receiver, what, whether you are going to use percentage or any other thing we need to use that we have to mention. Okay, actual final cost, finance cost, and posted amounts, sender rule, receiver rule. Again, we will take fixed percentages. Okay, sender 100%. Next, senders. Okay, here I mean there are a couple of changes, like as of now, if you see account number and cost center is there. Earlier we have, I mean in GUI we have functional area also. If you want, you can add. As of now, the allocation, I mean the sender, at least we have cost, since we have selected cost centers, right? So we can only enter cost center here and account number. In account number, again here there are two options, whether you want single cost element or group. Okay, or else you can give the range also from 2. Here you have to mention the interval. For example, 5 lakh 1 to 5 lakh 6. I will take cost center, whether you want single cost center or multiple cost centers. Same. I mean, I would like to transfer finance cost to other cost centers. Now receivers. Add. So here, this is the limitation again. Okay. If you see here, you can transfer the cost to cost center and WBS element only. As of now, the receivers, let me open a cycle here. If you see here, the receiver side, right? So we have order, cost center, functional area, cost object, WBS element. Okay. Now we don't have order here anymore. So as of now, SAP introduced only these two cost objects as receivers, WBS element and cost center. The reason behind for these two objects, in future, I mean, we reached to SAP already on this. In future, they may also, they may not use internal orders anymore. Okay, that is the reason. Now they have not added order here, but yeah, as of now, I mean, by keeping that in the mind, they said like internal orders we are not going to use anymore in the future. That's what we have not added here. But yeah, still some kind of discussions or maybe some kind of enhancements are going on this area. That's what they have not added internal order here. So they have added only cost center and WBS element at the moment. So let's select cost center, add interval. Again, we will transfer to production and production base. So what percentage you have to, for example, 50-50, I will put transfer. Okay, now we have created the cycle. To execute this cycle, we need data, right? So we can do one thing. Let me create one more cost center so that, I mean, earlier we have already posted the finance cost to the production cost centers, right? Either we can reverse that cycle so that we will get the data back, okay? Or else we can create one more cost center and we can post some data. Let me try to create one more cost center probably quickly. It's KS01 IN10 admin. Okay. Valid from 0101 to admin. Now we will make a booking for this B50. Just I would like to show the difference between assessment and distribution. So that's the reason behind I have created a new cycle. Okay, now the cycle is being created. Let's go to the cost center report once. Okay, if you see here, earlier we have executed the cycle for assessment cycle for this finance cost center through assessment. So the cost becomes 0 in this cost center, and now we have posted some cost to this guy. I mean, okay, we have selected 4 cost elements. Okay, let it be. So we have chosen 4 cost elements: salaries, rent, fuel, gas. 3,800 USD we have posted to this cost center. Now 50-50 ratio, I would like to transfer this total admin cost to this production and finance. Okay, let's see how it works. Yeah, before executing the cycle, any doubts on the cycle creation on Fury, or you have any other questions? So as of now, I have created only one segment. Okay, if you want, you can create multiple segments in the same cycle. Okay, let's say you have a finance cost here. Now, if you want to create another cycle of finance and admin together, you can create in one single segment. I mean, one single cycle. Like if you go to segment here, for example, here edit. Okay, Now we have one segment here. You can create two more segments. Number 2 will be added here. For example, admin. Here you can add. Okay, but here we need to change the cost center now, because I would like to transfer the cost from admin cost center to finance, where it is. Senders. Here I want to change my cost center. Save. Okay. Now we have created the cycle, senders, receivers, everything we kept. I mean, even percentages we have maintained. Now we no need to go to any transaction or any other app. In this app itself, we have a run option. Okay, let's run it. Now this cycle, now you can, I mean, the cycle got selected, right? So here there are two things are there. You have run, test run, reversal run. I mean, before executing the real run, okay, we can do the test run also. We can reverse the run also. Okay, let's do the test run. Yeah. So when you are creating, I mean, executing the run, right? So we have to assign that this cycle to one run. I mean, so that, I mean, if you have multiple cycles also, we can assign all the cycles to one run. Okay, you can give any name to that run, so that all the cycles will be executed in one go. Okay, let's given my run as test. I will give the period as 5005 2024. Okay, validate. Test run secured completely. Display test run results. Okay, now we have senders. These are the 4 sending cost elements, and this is the sender cost center. You have receivers. See, I told you, right? This is the difference between distribution and assessment. In assessment, we have used a different cost element altogether, a secondary cost element, to transfer the cost from one cost center to another cost center. Whereas here we are using the same cost elements in sender and receiver sides. Okay, it is getting transferred to production 1 and production 2. It will post a journal entry also. It is showing what journal entry it will post. Okay, this cycle processed. Now go back. Now again, I'm doing now the real run. Just execute it. Test. Validate. Run. Run triggered successfully. Display run results. Status completed. Okay, this is senders and everything it's showing. Journal entry. Now let's go to the report, or else from in this app itself, you can see allocation results. It will show all the allocation results. So this is the accounting document number. Let's see, open the document number. So when I click here, it is, further navigating to me. These are the possible Fury apps are there. So let's say journal entry analyzer. I don't know whether it will work or not, because this display general entry and the results app, right? I mean, they have to add these apps together. I mean, when we execute the controllers, if that is already there in the system, then it will display. Otherwise, it will not show anything. Okay, I'm talking. Anybody, any questions on the universal allocation app? Meantime, we will see the cost center results. Okay, now admin cost center. So if you see here, the sender is same. I mean, this is the sender side, right? I mean, sender cost center, this one. So you have same credits. Okay, you have salaries here, debit side with the same cost element, primary cost element. We have transferred the cost to receiver cost centers. Okay, so the sender side and receiver side, the same cost elements are used. Okay, this is what I mean, the difference between assessment and distribution. If you see here finance, we have a separate cost element in the senders. Okay, credit. Now go to finance cost center. So if you see here in the production cost center, okay. So if you see here, this is the cost element where we have transferred the finance cost. Okay, but we got some cost also from admin cost center. So 1, 2, 4, and 5. These four cost elements we have used to transfer the cost from admin to production 1 and 2. Here you can see the debits are posted. I mean, the debit side, the cost got posted with the same cost element. For example, if you have already some posted costs are there in the salaries, then you will not identify. I already told, right? Let's say we have another 400 in this salaries, but that 400, I mean, total, it will show now together 1000 USD. In that case, we don't know whether that 1000 is belongs to the same cost center, and also it got from another cost center. To differentiate that, business will use most of the times this assessment instead of distribution. Okay, because I mean, it's difficult, right? I mean, there are some additional fields and everything, and it's difficult for them also technically to synchronize both the things. And in future, their assumption is to use these allocations, right? I mean, everything in Fury. They don't. I mean, they don't want us to do it in GUI. Yeah, considering and cloud migrations and all, right? I mean, yeah, there won't be any GUI. Now all the clients, at least, even though they are using GUI at the moment, everyone, keeping mind cloud in, I mean, cloud platform. Even though if you do S4 now, you can use both GUI and Fury, but let's say down the line, 10 years or maybe 5 years later, slowly they will not use GUI anymore. It's completely a cloud, and the GUI transactions doesn't support anymore the cloud, right? So that's the reason. Even businesses also, not only these cycles, if you are going to develop any custom enhancements or reports, forget about enhancement, for custom reports, even SAP suggesting try to develop a Fury app for the custom report rather a GUI transaction. And for that also there are different technology introduced, RAP, some kind of new reporting dimensions are came, RAP reporting, etc. Probably ABAPers knows more about it. So that, I mean, if you use that technology, and if you, by using that RAP, if you develop the Fury app and everything, it will be easy for them to migrate, even though if you are using I mean, a normal on-premises version to cloud version in the future. Okay, with the less efforts. Otherwise, that GUI report they may not. I mean, there could be some technical challenges to migrate on-premises to cloud. Okay, so that's what I mean. SAP at least recommending to use Fury as much as possible. Yeah, but there are still some limitations. To be honest, GUI you can do anything, whatever you want. I mean, number of fields. I mean, multi-dimensional field selection, something. But those things still, I mean, not available in Fury. They have certain limitations, but still, I mean, they are doing some kind of and then they're trying to fix it. Especially, I mean, in terms of custom reports, right? So still there are some what do you say? Some fields are not available, or some kind of, you know, calculations and all not possible in Fury. Especially if you are reporting a custom report, if it is direct data, okay, let's take value from so and so field, so and so table, it's easy. But if you ask them to do a mathematical formula, then it will be a little bit problem in Fury reporting, because it's not complete coding like ABAP. They're doing some kind of, I mean, whenever you prepare a Fury report, right, in the backend, they will prepare a view first. Okay, like they'll combine some 4 or 5 tables. I mean, they join the tables and they'll prepare a view. That view will give you the consolidated results. Then they read the data from that view. Okay, if you ask them to write a formula, okay, divide this field by another field and multiply with another field, or add by some other field, then it is a very problem. As of now, I mean, it looks complicated for them. Okay, so in this allocations app, there is another functionality also available. Okay, so we have upload download, right? So what you can do, you can download an Excel template to create cycles. Okay, this is the new functionality in this Fury app, but this is also not full-fledged. I don't know whether you know, in GUI, if you want to create assessment or distribution cycles, to be honest, it will be a very creating assessment cycles and distribution cycles by using upload functionality, right? Like Excel upload or something. It is very difficult, program we have to build. It's not so easy, because the senders, especially the receivers, right? When you select multiple senders, the receivers will get created automatically, dynamically, like combinations, especially in terms of COPA allocation cycles. Okay, cost center, it's flying. I mean, based on the sender and the receivers, it will just one cost center and multiple cost centers. But when it comes to COPA allocation, the receiver dimensions are very different, because if you select one product, one customer combination, then if you have 10 products and 10 customers, it will create multiple combinations. So it is very difficult for the developer to understand what segment it is getting. I mean, what will be my receiver based on the different different characteristics you select. So it will be very, difficult to create a custom program for this assessment and the distribution cycles. But here SAP also came up with some functionality. You can download the template, for example, download blank template. Okay, if you see here, you have to fill all the details, like how you are creating the cycle, right? In this download functionality, you have cycle, context, ledger valid from valid to, cycle description, etc. Segment, in the segment, again, who is the sender, segment details, like what cost you are going to transfer. Senders, you have to mention the sender values. Okay, and receivers, you have to fill all the receivers, receiver base, like whether you are going to use a statistical key figure or something. Derivation rules are not used. So all the descriptions, like here, what are all the fields you can use? I mean, for cost center, you have to use this field. Order, you have to use this field. Cost center, we have to use different field, like that. I mean, customer, all the fields they have given to fill the data, but they have not given option to enter the percentages or something, right? In the cycle, we have option to, I mean, so this receiving, in the receiver tracing factor, we have 60/40. We have entered the percentages here, but in the cycle, we don't have that option. Till base, he has like, okay, whether it is what kind of base it is, you know, whether it is SKF or percentage or something else. So till that time only we can mention, but to upload that, let's say you are selecting percentage as a base, okay, but you don't have I mean option to upload for which cost center, okay, which percentage, that we don't have in this Excel file, okay. The meaning here is you can only create till segments, okay. You can create all the segments, then the percentages you have to upload separately, okay. This is also one of the limitation, and we spoke to SAP, and SAP also suggested same thing, like, you know, it's very difficult when you are creating cycle. System doesn't know how many, you know, receivers, combination of receivers you are going to create. So system doesn't know. Once you create the segments, then only system will understand, okay, by considering this sender and receiver. In the receiver, if you select multiple combinations, like as I said earlier, in the COPA especially, you have to select multiple characteristics while you transferring the cost. Okay, in that case, what happens? It will create different, you know, receivers. So that you cannot predict when you are creating your cycle. Okay, so that's what SAP also mentioned to us, like, you know, that is very difficult and it's not possible dynamically to create. I mean, when downloading itself, what kind of, you know, data you will get. So that's what I mean, it's not possible. You have to create cycles separately, I mean segments separately. Once the segments are being created, if you, I mean, again, the percentages needs to upload separately. Okay, this is also another challenge to use this I mean what do you say, Excel upload. And business is also not convincing with my experience, at least, because what is the value add I am getting by using this Fury app? This is the question from business. Correct, right? I mean, from their point of view, it's the right question. So whether I use GUI or why I use this app, it doesn't make any sense at the end. I mean, for my allocations, only thing is I'm using one single app for all the allocations, but it's not really giving any business value add for me. Okay, again, I mean, it depends. Some people may like it. Okay, since all the cycles can be created in one single, there is we don't need to, you know, remember all the transaction codes, and we don't need to, you know, run multiple cycles by using multiple transaction codes. But yeah, it's again the clients and the controller interest. So here, I mean, if you go to the home screen, right? Yeah, if you see here, there are different things out there, like accounts payable, procurement, accounts receivable, like that. I mean, since this is the test system, they have created all the Fury apps available here. Okay. Otherwise, what they will do, I mean, when we are role matrix, right? Roles and authorization matrix. So for finance or maybe for controlling, they will create one kind of this role. I mean, role ID. Okay. Under this role ID, they will assign all the apps. I mean, we have to request from the controlling perspective, right? So we need to request the Fury team to, these are the apps are required as part of controlling. Let's say you have some, let's say in controlling we are using altogether like 50 apps. So all the 50 apps will be linked to this one role. Let's say we have CO role in place of this account receivable. We have controlling, one role is there. So for that user, he can select from that. He can directly go to that role, okay? Or else, from that role you can select. If you select that role, it will disclose the apps belongs to that role, and also all the controllers. Let's say in controlling there are some 4 or 5 controllers maybe we use there, or maybe end user will be 1 or 2 persons, right? Or maybe like that. So again, he will have access to couple of Fury apps, like some 3 or 4 apps he will be having access. Okay, maximum 5 apps. So he can bookmark, or maybe he can add to his favorites. Okay. Yeah, he can add all those apps here. Okay, so that the apps will be available. What are the apps he frequently use? Those app styles will be available here. See, here it is giving the allocation context. Now there are so many cycles, right? So one thing is like we have to this context, this context is nothing but whether it is COP assessment or cost center assessment. And in the cycle description also, we have to, we need to give some clear cycle description, like, cost center allocation, fin cost center something, fin cost center allocation, admin cost center allocation, something, some kind of valid cycle description should be there. By using this context also, you can see whether it is cost center or OP assessment or profit center. No, it's by default it was selected, so I forgot to tell you. Yeah, this is another challenge. Fury is very slow. Okay, so we have created that cycle, right? So let me copy code. So here the derivation functional area is there, no?
Okay.
Yeah, it's by default it's selected. But this is only required, as I said earlier, if you're using the functional area and cost of sales method in your reporting. Yeah, then it's required. Otherwise, it's not required. Okay, so in cost center, we have completed the allocations, right? So we have completed cost center assessment and distribution. Okay, and SKFs also we discussed, but I told you, right? SKF is like, it's a kind of base. Here we have used SKF is like, percentages in the receiver percentages, whereas if you want to allocate, by using statistical key figures, we have to create them SKFs, like I said, right? It might be like square feet, or it may be number of employees, or maybe number of telephone lines, something like that. But to be honest, people are not preferring that SKF, at least in the allocations. Some may use, I will not deny that fact. Okay, but it's like, additional efforts, right? As I said earlier, just creating SKF doesn't work. Again, we have to maintain some data to that SKF. For example, I'll create an SKF. Let's see how it works. You have to mention the unit of measure. Yeah, we have to select the right dimension for number of persons. Let's see something we have. Okay, for example, number of persons. I've created 100 as a statistical key figure. It denotes number of persons. Okay. Now I need to maintain for each cost center how many members are there when you are transferring the cost, right? So for example, SKF. So now okay, now we are transferring the cost from admin to production and production 1 and production 2, right? SKF. See, for the whole year, I need to mention, like, for these two cost centers, this is the SKF. Okay. So in production cost center, how many people are there? For example, 120 people are there. Distribution equal. Against the same cost center, here 60 people are there, for example, or maybe. Now what happens? Now we have entered here. We have planned the SKF, like in cost center, we have 120 employees, here 160 employees are there. Now we have to go to the cycle again. Okay. The cycle sender receiver rules. Here, segment header. Here you need to select variable portions. Okay. Once the variable portions selected, then you have to select plan SKF. Okay. Go to sender receiver. Senders. So here it is asking receiving factors like version 0. What is the SKF? You have to select 100. Now we no need to enter anything here in the receiving weighing factor. By default, it's showing 100. I mean 100%. It's like factor. Here we no need to enter anything here. System, what it does, when you execute this cycle, then it will go to this particular cost center, and we have just maintained the plan data, right? Plan SKF on the basis of 1:6. I mean 12:6, I would say. So we have maintained 120 and 60. System itself, it will calculate the ratio. So 12:6. In that ratio, it will transfer the, let's say you have 1,000 euros are there in the finance cost center or admin cost center, that will get transferred to both the cost centers on the ratio of 12:6. Okay, because I mean, in 120 employees are there in one cost center, another cost center 60, right? It will calculate the ratio and it will update the, I mean, it will allocate the cost that way. We don't need to mention any percentages in the receiving factor. Okay. Or else let's try now itself. Okay, I will not show this one anymore. This is finance cost center, right? Let me reverse this cycle first. Period 5. Assessment reverse. Reactivate the test run indicator. Okay. Reversal finished. Okay. Okay, if you see here, again, I mean, I have reversed the cycle, right? So now it's showing 6,400 as a cost. This cost now we are transferring to, again, production 1 and production 2 by using, what do you say, statistical key figures. Okay. Now again, I will go to cycle. KSU5. Okay. Extra cycle change for segment. So here I need to select variable portions. Again, what is the variable portion type? Like plan statistical key figures. Sender, I'm not changing anything here. Here also no changes. Here tracing factor 0 version. And SKF I need to give here 100. If you have multiple SKFs, again you have to enter multiple SKFs here. Then nothing is required, just save it. Check cycle. Okay, yes, okay. Cycle. Okay, now try to execute this cycle. I don't know. I mean, in the cycle, it's showing like some error, but yeah, it is transferred. If you see here, the cost is transferred to both the cost centers. Okay, production we got some 4,2667.67. Here it is 2133. So what is the total cost we have? 6,400. Let me go to Excel. So 6,400. 1 is 12 and 6, right? I mean 126. For 120, this is PRD1. This is PRD2. This divided by okay 4266.67 to 133.33. Okay, so if I go here, so 4266.67 here to 133.33. So it has taken the statistical key figure as a base and it has allocated. Okay, if I go to the actual lines also, you can see here. Again, I mean, you will have the accounting document. I mean, there is no change in the functionality, but only the thing is like in the backend, its system calculate the percentage, I mean, the ratios based on the data you entered in the SKFs. Okay, that's the only difference. And we no need to enter any kind of percentages while creating the cycle. So, but again, I mean, we need to create the master, I mean, SKFs, and also we need to maintain SKF data. That is additional activity has to perform by the business. If they want to change it every month or maybe quarterly or yearly also, they have to change it. Okay, that's how the SKF will work. Okay, next one is manual reposting of cost. So let's say you have posted your FI document, okay, with the wrong cost center, right? Later you realize it like, okay, that is not wrong cost, I mean, cost center, right? Now you have to transfer that cost to this new cost center. Either you have to do one thing, either you have to reverse the FI entry, then post a new entry. That is one option. Okay, and business doesn't want, I mean, I don't want to post the already posted invoice. I mean, not invoice, I mean, accounting document. Okay, just I need to adjust in the CO itself to the cost center balances. So what you will do, you will, I mean, use this option, manual reposting of primary cost, so that you will just adjust the cost center amounts, so that in the reporting side, you will have the right picture from the controlling perspective. Anyway, I mean, FI balance, you're not going to change the GL account. I mean, what GL account you have used while posting, same GL account will be used. But only in CO, we will adjust that posting. Okay. But there are two transaction codes here, manual reposting of cost. One is this manual reposting of primary cost. Another one is reposting line items, KB61 and KB11. So here there are two transaction codes. So one is reposting of line items and another one is manual reposting of cost. What is the difference between these two? I mean, both the transaction are, will be used. I mean, both the transaction will be used to adjust the cost center balance only. Okay. But here, I mean, by using KB11N, if you use this KB11N, system will not stop you to post any amount. For example, you want to transfer, let's say, I mean, from production cost center, you want to again some value to, let's say, I mean, you have the time, okay, cost element salaries. Yeah, now this is the old cost center. This is the cost element. Okay, primary cost, for example, 1,000 I would like to transfer. Receiver cost center. let's say from, okay, I will transfer to admin. So what happens, for example, in the production cost center for this account, let's see the report, what value is there. Salaries, I have only, no, 1 second. Okay, for example, I have only 600. Okay. Out of 600, if you use this particular transaction, right, enter manual reposting of cost center, here I have only 600. Let's say this 600 you got posted wrongly. Okay. But system will not, if user enters 1000 here also, system won't stop you to post, right? Then there is a chance of posting more value, right? Ideally, you have to post 600 here. I mean, this is the 600 figure is wrong, but if you enter 1000 also, it will allow you to post. So again, it will create further problems, right? I mean, again, ideally, we supposed to transfer 600, but if you enter 1000, let's say enter 1000, if I go here, report, refresh, see it's showing again minus 400 here. Okay, so this is the disadvantage by using this reverse manual posting of cost. I mean, you should make sure that, okay, you are transferring the right amount. Okay, because system doesn't have control how much you are transferring. Whichever amount, I mean, you can transfer any amount. I mean, it will not stop you to transfer one cost center to another cost center. Okay, so we should be very careful here if you are using this transaction code. Otherwise, we have another transaction. This KB61 also you can use. Here you have a limitation because you want to correct exact that line item. Okay. For example, cost element. This one, for example, now I think this one we will see 5 lakh 2. Production. Okay, let's correct then the production one. We will see. No document rows were selected. Then new criteria. If you know the accounting document number also, we can enter the accounting document number, and with that you can correct it. But why it's not, no document rows were selected for new criteria? Yeah, because I mean, this it is showing only the document numbers. I mean, we have posted, right? These are the 2 documents we have posted through FI. Okay, this one for admin cost center and other lines are for finance cost center. Okay. Now, if you want to adjust this particular line, for example, this line, okay, if you enter 1000 here, assign a number range to business transaction RQ3, okay. RQ, let me do yeah, okay, NQ. Okay, here, for example, now we have 2000 are there in this particular cost center, okay. So this 2000, you can directly, I mean, adjust here to another cost center, for example, production. Okay, you can save it, or else out of this 2000, let's say 12,000, 1200, keep it to production, and remaining 800, keep it, I mean, post it to production cost center. So 800, I mean, it is splitting when you and split the amount like 1200 and 800, it will asking, I mean, it will creating another line. Okay, for this line, you can enter probably fin. Okay, so meaning you can adjust the whole line item amount to multiple cost centers, or else you can post it. I mean, you can entirely transfer that amount to another cost center, but you cannot here. I mean, if you enter here like 1,000, it will not allow. The amount entered is larger than the amount to be posted. So here that restriction is there. Since you are using line item by line item posting, you have a limit, I mean, restriction here. So if you want to use this transaction also, you can use. I mean, both the transaction use, but other transaction is for use. I mean, it is user friendly. I mean, I would say simply you can give the sender and receiver cost center, but when you are posting the amount, we should be very careful how much amount you want to transfer. Otherwise, there may be chance of posting a wrong value.
Hey there! Want to become an expert in finance management? Our SAP S/4HANA Finance 2023 course is perfect for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn everything about SAP S/4HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for handling financial processes, from planning budgets to managing costs efficiently. We cover the basics and advanced techniques. Our experts, who have years of experience, have designed the course to ensure the best learning experience. Your teachers are seasoned professionals, ready to guide and answer your questions. Our students love the course and have seen real improvements in their skills. And the best part? It's super affordable, offering incredible value without breaking the bank. Ready to master SAP S/4HANA Finance? Sign up today. Visit ZaranTech's website for more details and get started now.